So I'm gonna leave this out and then send it. I'll read it and just say, anyone want to remove something and Bob will say, we'll move this to this. And
Absolutely.
then we'll approve the consent agenda. And that's that one.
Right. Okay. Yep. You're going to,
I'm gonna read them all.
right.
And then at the end, you'll say, I don't want to remove that thing. Yes, we have it. And then I'll say, I think you'll say the motion is to approve the consent agenda with everything.
Trying to do, you know, that.
I can do that. With all these.
So,
It'll become C and then open
Okay,
session.
so,
for you to follow.
so I will read the whole consent agenda, including that item.
And then.
Then the mayor will say anyone.
No, I
anything. You'll approve the consent agenda with that item. removed.
Yeah, minutes, I'll confirm.
Finding.
I just have
So
to
we're-
scribble it that I submitted
We're
Wednesday.
approving the agenda up front,
Hi, Barbara.
Agenda, but then the consent,
Yep.
leave the agenda alone
Yep.
as it is.
and that's just an
The
amended.
consent agenda, we're
Yep.
gonna move one item.
I got it.
Wasn't aware you were, I wasn't aware you were doing that, so I had it set up. Sorry.
It's the printed version over there. Is that the latest? I know there was some updates.
All that was updated was this.
Okay, my internet is not working well.
So welcome, everybody. It is 7 o'clock straight up. Thank you for being here. We're trying to save money we haven't paid our bills around here. There is no air conditioning up here, so bear with us here today. We will go downstairs eventually for another meeting tonight, but there's no air conditioning. Nope. People are looking to put it down. We have an electrician on call tomorrow, so duly noted. I'd like everybody to stand. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you so much. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Usually we have the scouts in here, but I thought it was a little bit too hot for them to do the Pledge of Allegiance here today. So with that, clerk, if we could have the roll call, let me call this meeting officially to order. I call it 7:01. Go right ahead.
Mayor Turnbull,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Morosky Brown,
Here.
Councilmember Carter.
Here.
Councilmember Janetti,
Here.
Councilmember Krenz.
Here. Great. So we are meeting here tonight in accordance with the Open Meetings Act, according to what the governor sets forward to us. It is recorded too. So if you come up and give public comment, you are giving us your power and authority to replicate your voice and your image there. So just know that when you come in, you can sign before or after, but sign that over there to make sure we have your name right and your address and the whole bit. So with that, if you haven't, I'm looking around, I see most people that usually are here. There's the agenda where you come in to the right. Please feel free to grab that. I will go through, I'm like your master of ceremonies to make sure you're on the straight and narrow on this. So we are gone through 1 and 2. We're on number 3, the approval of the agenda. We will go through what's going to be on the agenda and when we get to those different pieces, you have the opportunity to speak for 3 minutes on that. We have things on the consent agenda. We are going to approve the entire agenda. We'll go through the consent agenda. If we're going to take something off the consent and put it on the agenda, we will do that after you speak.
And just saying that I think I should have my mic and your mic, so I think.
Let it rip.
Okay, so just requesting, our officers are supposed to do a number of introductions tonight, but our officers were called away on a call. So
Oh,
we are
okay.
not going to do introductions, so approving the agenda without the special presentation of the officer introductions.
Okay, so there's no 6A on introduction of new officers. Okay, very good. So note that when I ask for the motion here. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Is there anything else before I go forward to approval of the agenda here tonight? Seeing none, I'm looking for the approval of the agenda as you have in front of you. Again, if there's something we're going to take off the consent, we will add on to that in a moment. Go right ahead. Do we have that motion for the agenda tonight?
I move to approve the agenda as amended.
So we have a motion as adjusted from the city manager because the police officers are out and about doing their job. Do we have a second on that?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a second. Any other discussion? Seeing not, I think we can do this. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Great, we have an agenda. So now we will go to public comment. There is not too much on the agenda tonight. So pretty much everything you're going to be here for will be now in the public comment section. So if you're here, if you whip through on what you have in front of you, a matter of approving the introduction of the first reading on international property ordinances, I don't think you're really excited about that. So if you're going to talk about that, you will have time at that point. The second thing was restated of the parking credits, and I believe Greg Mead is here. We'll talk about that. Wait until that point in time. And then we go to a closed door session to talk about some different things. So if it's anything other than those two, which I assume it's going to be, this is the time. And you have 3 minutes. It's public comment. It's not Q&A. So come right up to the mic and state your name and your address.
In Rotary, they tell us we can never touch the microphone. So I'm assuming that's probably
Okay,
true here
you
too.
do whatever you need to do.
My name is Carol Suchek. I am running for Wayne County Commissioner for District 9. And District 9 encompasses Northville City, Northville Township, most of Livonia, and most of Plymouth Township. And I have worked in local government for about 20 years in leadership positions from Macomb County, the city of Southfield. And I moved up to this area about 10 years ago to take over as the director of the Plymouth District Library. And retired there a few years ago and have decided to go ahead and continue my public service by running for public office. I will stay here throughout the meeting, be here afterwards if anybody has any questions. When people wonder about what the county commissioners do besides the roads, which is obviously a very popular topic, they're responsible for the county budget. They're responsible for the ordinances, for passing contracts, approving contracts, and community relations. And so all of those things I have about 20 years of public experience with. So look forward to getting to know many of you much better.
Thank you very much. Thanks. Next, and you have 3 minutes. Usually there's a timer and the clerk might put the timer going down for the next one. That would be great. David?
Thank you. Mayor, City Council, City Manager. My name is David Merrill. I live at 443 Grace. I've been a resident of the city for over 30 years, and I've served during 25 years on both school board committees. I think one of them was for the new middle school, which became the new high school, and also 8.5 years on the BZA. And I sincerely want to say I appreciate each of your dedication, the fine work that each of you do. And I don't have to agree with you on everything, but to respect you. So thank you all very much. I don't come to many city council meetings these days, so it's changed a little bit, but you might wonder what brings me here tonight. I heard the air conditioning wasn't.
Yeah. You just want to go to the sauna, go ahead.
So there's several reasons, but the tipping point was the assassination attempt on past President Trump on Saturday. And I was thinking about all the acrimony in the country and how both parties now seem to be coalescing and realizing that maybe we should tone it down a little bit. Things need to change. So I got to thinking about the town that probably everyone here loves, and certainly everyone up there does, and the fact that it's been a divisive time for our town, both with the downs and with the street closures. And that's led to orange signs and quite a bit of acrimony. So since both the national parties are working on turning down the rhetoric, perhaps we should seize this moment to do that in Northville. The DDA and the city have done several surveys that don't ask just the voters. They don't ask just our taxpayers for their guidance on the street closures. So I'd like to ask you to consider putting that on the ballot this November and ask the questions to advise city council. So develop questions. I'm not telling you what they should be for the voters to choose and advise city council of the kind of closures that they're in favor of. And I do understand that this needs, and I support that it needs to be an advisement. So I strongly believe that giving our taxpayers a chance to vote will bring the acrimony down and provide you with more time to work on other pressing things. So please seize the moment so we can reach the people in the hopes that we can have more conciliatory time here in Northville. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, David. Appreciate it. Anybody else?
I love coming up here. Hi. I'm gonna fix this.
You can touch that, baby. Yeah.
Hi, Jessica Poole, 137 East Main, the little Salumi. I know I'm late to the party, but I put together a little ditty today because I just am feeling some type of way. I probably will get emotional, so please excuse me, but we're postpartum, so we're dealing with
I
it.
got you. Duly noted.
All right. One of the great things I love about living in this community is that I look at my city council and have a personal relationship with each and every one of you. I've come here tonight to finally speak up. I chose to stay neutral as I have great friends on both sides of the street closures. The issue has torn apart our community, friendships, and business relationships. Other businesses slandering their neighbors, asking for people to boycott if they don't align. Businesses are failing and will soon make our main street vacant. Not one of you, with the exception of Councilwoman Janetti, have a business in the downtown. She's the only one in opposition of street closures. Would it not be beneficial to listen to her? One of the oldest businesses in our community, open 7 days a week. At least making a compromise for weekend closures the way it used to be. You, as council, aren't listening to the other side, who are suffering because of choices that were made to have street closures seasonally. At one time or another, Norfolk Police Department, Fire, Superintendent, and DDA have all voiced that possibly they should be open. Nancy Darga did an incredibly extensive survey regarding ADA and safety and said the same. As a business owner, let me get this together. As a business owner in a community I love so much, it becomes increasingly harder to operate every day. The little Salumi over at 137 East Main has no back door. And for me to bring in goods, I have to illegally park and unload, haul a wagon through town, making several trips to keep my fresh goods, unique products stocked in efforts to keep my costs down. At 9 months pregnant, this wasn't a treat. And now as a new mom, pushing a stroller and pulling a wagon or schlepping a 200-person catering across town square in any inclement weather, it isn't fun either. I know everybody says it, but if you really do come to our town during the week, it isn't beneficial for weekday road closure. It truly is a ghost town. The Little Salumi is one of the only businesses open 7 days a week. Most places close Sunday, Monday, or Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. I beg you to come to a compromise, at least just close them Friday to Sunday like it was. What may work for one may not work for another. Please hear my voice in desperation to restore and keep this great community together.
Thank you. Thank you.
And then I have 20 seconds.
You
So
do?
I had asked a couple of friends in town on both sides to come. And this was a response I got from one of them today that made me really sad. They said, I've been to meetings over the last 3 years and nothing has changed. I've written numerous emails to council, mayor, and DDA. Oh, I will skip the swearing. That happened in May really scared me. In fact, other businesses and owners and their family members were calling out people on Facebook suggesting boycotting businesses that want streets open. I don't understand why the city is hell-bent on 7 days a week closures. We've had our 2 slowest days of the year during the summer.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Good comments. And the continuation.
Pardon my sweating so
It's hot.
You're in good company.
So my name's Corey McPherson, 137 East Main Street. I'm the husband of Jessica Poole, and I was recently welcomed into the Northville community. And I grew up in the Bloomfield Hills School Districts. I spent my time in Kalamazoo for college in my formative years in the city of Detroit, and I participated in all the communities. And I have to tell you that Northville is a special place. I knew nothing of what real community was until I moved here, and I got to see the unique perspective from my wife. And while making sandwiches, I saw from her tiny window of her shop on Main Street what community is supposed to be. I watched in the first few months alone, community members like Jim Long came by and got lunch, and Will from Tuscan came down to offer his advice and his support. And Alicia from Adorn, she dropped off a bouquet of flowers. The mayor, you came in. Laura, you bought lunch for your entire staff multiple times. Thank you very much. And the Ross from Good Time Party Store came and dropped off a money tree as a sign of prosperity. And this is just in the first couple of months. And so like I could mention, how the Kelly family law firm has made us a part of the routine for lunch, or the Rotary Club supports us every single week, or James the mailman with his wonderful personality, and like the countless other businesses that have that will now be lifelong friends who've supported us and will continue to do so. And I only use these names to emphasize how many people that I have met from the community in such a short time. And over the years, we've made incredible connections, and now we're at a place where I don't recognize the city. And it's because of the way the street closure process has gone. It went from a community that supports groups in the community to other members urging others to boycott. And this is not a community that anybody here wants. And my wife wanted to bring her life's expertise to her hometown through her business. She wants to raise her family here, and she wants to grow old here. And from a political standpoint and from a community standpoint, I believe that's what every community wants. Members who love their community, support their community, and want to remain in it. Yet the entire process, she has never been asked her opinion or how it would affect her. If you asked her, she would have told you that dragging a cart full of fresh food while pregnant in July, 7 days a week, is something that she wouldn't want to do. But she would have asked to negotiate and said, hey, just give me one day and I'll get everyone together so I can have just one delivery in front of her shop. But nobody ever asked her, or that she doesn't have a back door for deliveries, so that her drivers have not brought product or they got lost, and she had real problems with that. No, she didn't bring it up because it turns out there'd be problems. If you would have asked her if she wanted the DDA, an organization that was made to support businesses, to put trailers in front of her shop during closed street events so no one could see her shop, I'm sure she would have told you that she had to tell them, no, thank you. But no one ever asked her. And it seems like everyone just assumed, and now she fears that she'll face backlash and that her business will be hurt, and it supports her family. And so I'm asking that if the signatures are there and they're available under Section 70 of the city code, that the city allow the ordinance to bring the vote for the street closures to be on the ballot for this election year. I think that it's a very lucrative election year, so you'll get an accurate view of the people, and then it'll be an accurate vote just for some democracy. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Next. Come right up. Yep. Right up there.
I encourage everybody to go have a salami sandwich.
Yeah, absolutely. And something cold to drink there too. Yes.
Sure. Steve Pecan, 611 Ashley Court. Good evening, council. I'm here to address some pressing concerns shared by many regarding costs incurred by the city due to activities at Northfield Downs. Skepticism is growing in the public about whether the city is accurately tabulating these costs, charging the developer appropriately, and ensuring timely collection. I want to illustrate those concerns considering the oil spill, for example. This event required immediate and extensive action from our Department of Public Works, leading to significant costs. Residents rightfully question whether the developer has been held accountable for these expenses. Moreover, we have observed several instances where DPW employees have had to work late into the evenings and weekends on issues directly related to Northfield Downs. For example, there was a water main break on Katy Street and multiple employees had to address the problems on Griswold. Each of these incidents represents a tangible cost to the city, which should be reimbursed by the developer. The original development agreement stipulated that the developer would contract its own street sweeping services. However, this has happened infrequently, resulting in the city's street sweeper being used to fill the gap. This raises another question. Is the city charging an appropriate rental rate for the equipment? And are we accounting for the DPW staffing costs incurred as a result? These are just a few examples of the costs related to the Northfield Downs. The general public demands transparency in the accounting of these expenses. We need a clear and detailed report showing how these costs are being tracked, billed to the developer, and collected. In closing, it is essential for the credibility of our city administration and the trust of our residents that we handle this matter with the utmost transparency and diligence. The residents of Northfield deserve to know that their city is not unfairly shouldering the financial burden caused by the developer's activities at Northfield Downs.
Thank you, Steve. Appreciate it. Somebody else. Come right up, Cindy.
Before you start the clock, I just want to say thank you to those of you that responded to my emails and phone calls last week. It was noticed and appreciated, so thank you.
Go right ahead.
My name is Cindy Brazen, and I represent concerned citizens of Northville. Tonight, I'm here to address several pressing issues related to the Northfield Downs redevelopment. On June 6, 2024, this council promised increased oversight of the Downs project. Yet, we citizens are left to monitor the activities ourselves. How much money has been spent on new hires to manage this project? We need transparency on these expenditures and assurance that the Downs is reimbursing these costs. Regarding air quality, a report was provided on May 22nd covering April 1st through the 30th. However, no additional reports have been provided since then, despite assurances that these would be ongoing and continuous. Can we get an update on when further reports will be available? Water usage and its associated costs are another area of concern. We demand transparency on which water meters are providing the water supply to the Downs. While we understand that the Downs is paying for the water, it's unclear which meters are monitoring the usage. Public data indicates discrepancy between the reported and metered amounts. This needs clarification. The condition of Katy Street is deteriorating rapidly due to ongoing construction. This road is vital to our community and we need immediate attention and maintenance to ensure it remains safe and accessible. Furthermore, we require a bona fide construction manager with real expertise in all things construction. The current management is not meeting the community standards. This project demands a professional who can oversee and execute it efficiently and safely. We're also concerned about the reduction of the river walk from the originally promised 15 acres to just 6 acres. This significant decrease is unacceptable. We need a clear explanation for the change and a plan to restore the river walk to its original scope. Lastly, we need an update on the roundabout. Specifically, what is the reroute plan for construction traffic and all other traffic during its construction? Clear communication and a well thought out plan are essential to minimize disruption to our daily lives. In summary, we demand accountability, transparency, and professional oversight of the Northville Downs redevelopment. Our community deserves nothing less. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy.
Thanks, Cindy.
Anybody else? Mr. Genetti.
Andy Genetti, 512 Eaton, Northville here. Let me just get this straight. So I just wanted to check in with the public. Is everyone happy with the street closures on Friday and Saturday? I'm guessing yes, because I never see posts from people having fun on Monday or Tuesday afternoon. I don't see the post from the lady that spoke before me last time that wanted to host inclusive sharing sessions in the middle of Main Street. I see 1 hour programming in Town Square during the week. Yesterday on a usual Sunday, I saw 350 people in and out of Genetti's ranging from South Line to Canton, and not one person could buy barely anything in town. I see the city bringing in $19,000 from the contributing businesses for the closures. Hardly seems worth it unless you add the windfall of the lone advertising car parked randomly in the middle of our pedestrian mecca. Shout out to the Scott family. I love you. I see transient walkers with dogs and gassed out old people resting in empty outdoor tables. I see more signs explaining operating hours than I do lunch specials. I see social media posts about walking to our pedestrian-friendly town, but call first if you want to eat or shop. I just want to make sure the quietest voices are paying attention to what's going on downtown. Most of the loudest voices on the closed street side aren't even paying the money into the fund. Some of them could double their floor space for just $250 a month for 6 months, but choose not to. Why? If it's so awesome. I think they're making council look bad, if you ask me. If you catch them there, ask them about it. Even the man that called Laura out a few months ago did some digging about operating hours, and he got real quiet. I really hate that we may have to vote out quality leaders over this. I know some of council is keeping quiet due to re-election, except one. Andrew Krentz is a wonderful and dedicated contributor to this community. His stats say it all. I might even have his sign in my yard if it wasn't for this obsession. I want our parks safe, our city buildings nice and safe, our sidewalks and pickleball courts to be known the worldwide, but it's not working all week long. You always quote numbers, like when was the last big injury on Main Street due to a car? What numbers pertain to this community are we speaking of? I knew the last guy that died on Main Street, and it wasn't because he got hit by a car. It was bacon. Numbers are like bikinis. They show a lot, but not everything. The Chevy Silverado is involved in more fatality car accidents than any other pickup in the country. Does that make you a bad safety engineer? I don't think so. Do they still make Silverados? I think so. So pull one into town and have dinner. Shutting our lifelines to traffic all the time should not even be an option, or we should let the voters plus the business owners vote directly on it. Thank you once again, and we'll see everybody downtown.
Thank you, Andy. Okay, that's okay. Anybody else? This would be your time. Denise.
I'm Denise Jenkins, Business Manager at the office of Dr. William Demery, 371 East Main Street. I am sure that you've noticed that compromise has only continued to create a divided community. One side engaged in a lawsuit, which is a course of action that is allowed to settle disputes here in America. The appeal sheds light on the fact that, yes, indeed, we want to keep control of our streets. Thank you, George, for doing your job. Over the last month, angry walkers have come by the dental office in the early morning hours, spewing misinformation and using disturbing profanity. When we walk into someone's place of business to spend real money and the owner turns a blind eye because we differ, it is so disrespectful. Rumor has it, some can't believe that we can say that our business is affected. We have been clear that our patients, who are both pro and con street closures, are inconvenienced. We have been doing the workaround and adapted on behalf of and for the sake of our patients. I am truly humbled by their loyalty. We hear both sides every day, all day. So yes, we are affected, and you're all invited to come and sit in our waiting room because you can hear it too. Laura, I know you have done the same thing in your business and in your neighborhood. I continue to shop locally. I go to Orange Jewelers, Dear Prudence, Northville Nails. I eat at Joseph's. I go inside the bank at Comerica almost every day. A cookie craving, I head to Great Harvest. My team eats lunch locally, sometimes 4 days a week. Early Bird, Exchange, Tuscan, Little Salumi, Pizza Cutter, because they are open and in walking distance. Rebecca's Little Shop has Michigan mints in case you need a clever Michigan-made gift. We get our banners at Stitching Post. I go to CVS. I love the girls at the cleaners next door. I get my car washed because I live on a dirt road. We partner with Performers Edge. We choose Sweet Brew and the Cider Mill when we do an event. And I'm looking forward to dishing with Lori from Bee's Knees and Frankie from Tiramisu because they've got some good stories coming up. We even get carry out from Custard Time. No one in my office has suggested a boycott or avoided doing business with someone because of a difference of opinion. This takes mutual respect. I am in favor of open streets. I walk on the sidewalk and I cross the road at the side I walk on the sidewalk and cross at the crossroad, and I hope and pray to God that every child in Northville learns to do the same so that they can indeed stay safe. I've been listening and observing for months. I've had lunch with the mayor, with Barbara, with George. I've gone to many coffee and councils, and I've learned this administration is dug in on streets being closed. If you want them closed, and this is your call, City Council, close them permanently. Be leaders, take ownership, and make it work. We are making it work without your support. The struggling businesses deserve the very best landscape in order to survive. The back and forth is not working. But if you as leaders want this, take ownership of it and make it work.
Thank you, Denise. Anybody else? It's all yours.
Joe Corvo. I'm not here in what you may think is the obvious here because my publicly stands on street closures.
Sure.
So I'll speak, although I endorse most of what people before me previously stated, including that I think that some credence should be given to those business owners who actually pay monies for operating employees, healthcare insurance, wages, and taxes. I've got a $14,000 tax bill sitting on which nobody else here has other than Councilman Janetti. But in under 6B, I just wanted to speak up in terms of, and by proxy, my father, Richard Corvo, because together we own 237 South Wing, 361 South Wing, 324 East Main, and all of which hopefully gives some
So Joe, if you want to wait, that is on the agenda. I'll give you
I know.
time on that.
I may not be here though, so I'll say it.
Oh. It can't,
Sure, 237 South
Not
Wing,
allowed.
36
no.
here.
So if you would wait for, it's on the agenda.
Yeah, I don't want to wait. It's public comment, so I'll say it now. All I want to do is give consideration to the fact the South Wing should not be the only bypass for the roundabout.
Okay.
That we could equally send it down the streets that surround the city. I know Barbara's mentioning
Okay.
there's things.
I am gonna
All right, one more
pump the
minute.
brakes. One more thing, and then if you want to talk anymore,
Well,
it's on the
why-
agenda.
I know it is, but am I
Is that
supposed to be limited on what I can say during public comment?
Mhm.
Yes. Yeah. It has to, if it's on the
right, I'll
agenda,
make one
you
final
have that
statement.
3 minutes at that time.
Yeah, I'll just say one final comment.
Sure.
I can't do this online.
I understand.
can't Wait, it's on YouTube,
Yep.
right? So I can only hear after the fact. Is to consider Main Street as being a bypass on the west side of Main Street, Eaton Street for being a bypass instead of just Wing Street. High Street and Linden Court in terms of moving traffic throughout town is related to the Downs District. Instead of just burdening my street, it's not being policed. The cars are racing up and down at high speeds and high volumes.
Thank you. Thank you. And again, if it's on the agenda, you have those 3 minutes at that time. This is anything that's not on the agenda, but I let that go because he was already into it and he had a lot to say on it. So thank you, Joe. Go right ahead. Greg,
Can you hear me?
we can hear you.
So my name's Greg Steffel, 21991 Ironside Court. Also I work at Genetti's Hole in the Wall. I think too with what Andy came up here and said, both of his parents, they didn't raise their kids to just be quiet when they felt, a bad idea was present. So maybe give them a little leniency on that if he came up.
I do.
A little mean.
I do
But-
for Andy.
Someone who's been a part of their family, that's what we were trained to express our feelings. at.
Absolutely.
And I think too, one thing I want to know is, and I know you can't answer me, but the costs associated, including any foregone money that the city is foregoing in order to have those streets closed. I don't know if that's an actual thing or not, but I kind of like to know. And also with any data out there that you guys are following, I actually studied a little data analysis myself in my younger days. When you're using time series data, there's a lot of pitfalls you can come into in thinking that you have what is causation, which is when it's in reality, it's just correlation. I'm not a statistician. Similar to it, I mean, I'm not practicing, but I feel the data you're looking at, you may be seeing things that aren't there. And I think that's some of what Andy was trying to say is that sometimes science numbers do things that persuade us to see things differently that may not be there. I think also a lot of, I would like to say something about the pink sign people too. I think a little bit of negative bias maybe got put on them, like maybe they're sort of like a Tea Party movement or something, or I don't know, but in my opinion, it's a bunch of older women who were sick of cars speeding up and down the streets because they live on Wing Street, and I've lived here my whole life and I can tell you, I've never seen traffic going as fast as it can and people being I crossed the street a million times. Cars don't let pedestrians go first anymore in this town. Cars go first. And in my personal belief, I want the car to go first. I don't want to walk out in front of them anymore because I don't trust them. And I'll always have the argument that you're incentivizing people to go faster through this town by having Main Street. It's called Main Street, the busiest town in town. You have it closed. It's been open for 200 years. What makes you think that you're smarter than the 5 generations, 10 generations who left those streets open? What makes you think that?
Thank you, Craig. Appreciate that. Thank you. Try not to clap the boo. Thank you. Oh, I thought that was Mrs. Genetti coming up. Okay, oh, you can come right up. It's Mrs. Genetti.
Want to
I'll give you the
say,
address.
I was very proud of Northville for bringing Biden here, but why couldn't he go down Main Street?
I know. Thank you very much. You don't even have to reset that. Good. Okay. Mr. Johnson, are you up?
I am Tim Johnson. I live at 47234 Dunsany in Northville, Michigan. This is a little low. I'm here in favor of the street closures. I think they're fantastic. I think several businesses are being helped by the street closures. There's been so much chaos about it. I think everybody's dug in on their sides. Just want to point out a few things. When Main Street and Center Street were laid out, there was no cars. It was a horse and buggy community. I don't know if they had this much public comment when they banned horses on Main Street and Center Street, but the city and the world is changing quickly. It's changed a lot after COVID. If you look around the Northville area, there are so many more subdivisions surrounding the area. Center Street is becoming nothing more than just a bypass to get from Plymouth to Novi. It cannot handle the amount of cars that come down there when the streets are open. It's unsafe. So I think it should stay closed. If you want an example of a lot of cars and a lot of failing businesses, just take a look at South Lyon, 10 Mile, Pontiac Trail, very busy. All those stores, most of the storefronts are empty in South Lyon right now. In Northville could very well face the same thing. So that's all I want to say.
Thank you, Tim. Is there somebody else that would like to speak tonight? Come right up. Full name and address would be great.
Dave Basher, 337 Cherry Lane. My thing is, we all know COVID changed the world. And prior to COVID, how many businesses in Northville says, hey, how about if we close these streets so we can open up during this summer? I only remember Table 5 taking parking spots, that were used, to have their businesses. And my biggest thing that I look at is the people that are in downtown Northville, the DDA, they pay extra money. And if they can't survive, you're going to cut the next person's rate of taxes? Because we're going to say, hey, are they going to try? Because we don't know if they're going to succeed with these street closures. The next thing is a survey. I live in the North End. I'm in Oakland County. And I turn around and I yet have found one person that turned around and says, hey, I was part of that survey. So what survey, if anything, was used, to decide on the closure of Northville's, streets? The next thing is on bicycles. I was here at a meeting when they were talking about making bike paths. People on bicycles don't come in and spend money at our store, and yet we're talking about taking parking spots away for bike paths. And the next thing is, why don't we pass an ordinance where if you come in the DDA, you walk your bike instead of ride it?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good. Anybody else at this point? Anybody else? I think Jeff is going to beat you, so you can pace yourself to right behind Jeff. He was running. Go right ahead, Jeff.
Jeff Snyder from Bealtown. I don't know if you sorry about that. I don't know if you recall the last time.
And your address, if you just say, I'll give you that 10 seconds.
5-Way Gardner Street.
I know.
Sorry about that.
Thank you.
I don't know if you all remember the last time I was up here and I asked you how to grade yourselves with regards to the management of the downs, all the downs, dust issues, all the other things. And I'm actually a little reluctant to do it now because really I think it would be probably embarrassing for most all of you, maybe -1 a person with respect to that. So I won't. But I was also going to come up here and bellyache by the same old stuff that we've been doing for 16 weeks in the form of emails or coming up for public comment. But really, in the end, I think actions speak louder than words. And so it's time for someone or some people to take action. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Nobody else come up right now. Pace yourself.
Ed Brazen, 370 Fairbrook Street. I wasn't going to talk about the closures tonight, but if you looked at 4th of July, they had 2 rescues down there. Me being an ex-firefighter, the bollards were the end all be all. You can put them down in 2 seconds to let an ambulance in there. How come they didn't do that day? They had 2 rescues at the same exact time. I don't know what's going on. You guys said, oh, the Ballards, don't worry, we can let people in. I have yet to see anybody let a rescue into this town when they needed it, even when we had the cop cars. So I want some clarification on that. And now the other part of my bitch is with George. When I send an email to everybody in the city, call him, ask him a question, he never gets back to me. He's got his, all his assistants he's hired, and he can't even give me the respect to give me a call. He sends Laura Janetti to call me. One day, I think Mr. Carter called me. He doesn't call anybody. He's not a dictator. He works for us. So when I call him, I expect an answer. And just like this, everything that's going on at the Downs, nothing's getting done. We had a meeting on June 6th. You said to us, we'll take care of it if they screw up at the track. Well, they did. They had a big oil spill. They still got dust flying everywhere and they're still not shutting it down. You said it would be shut down if they screwed up again. And they screw up every day there. You don't have the right people in place. You don't have them here. I said it back in the planning commission days. A project this big needs a professional contractor that deals with this kind of building. You guys have nobody here that knows what they're doing. And I'm sorry. This is a $350 million operation. You guys got to hire the right people because we've seen how this has gone. How do you think it's going to go for the next 5 years? That's where I'm at right now. I'm fed up with it. There's no transparency. Nothing gets done. You call, everybody gives you a glad handshake and nothing ever gets done. I'm tired of it. It's been going on for 16 weeks. Took what, 14 weeks to get that stupid pad put in at where they come out on the Center Street with their dirty trucks. And that thing's it's full of mud now. It's not even being used right. So I want some transparency and I want to know where all the money's going. I want to know how much them people have spent reimbursing us for all the stuff they've called on. That's it.
Thank you, Ed. Anybody else? Dr. Demery, hang on. He's on the move.
She made me do it.
I know. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, you bet. Mr. Lahanna, City Council. William Demery, Preservation Dental Corner of Main and Grizzle, 371 East Main. As you already know, I'm a strong advocate for streets in our small town to be used as such, except for certain circumstances. I am an advocate for a public vote from the people who own the streets, that is, the denizens of our town. Surveys measure emotions, not logic. I would like to clarify that to those that put their faith in social media and other internet pathways that simply amplify rather than verify, that I am not a plaintiff in any lawsuit against the city of Northville. As a former member of the DDA, whose last vote on that committee more than 20 years ago was against having an executive director for the DDA, nothing personal, Lori. I was and still am concerned that the purpose of the DDA was to improve the downtown and its tax base, and then reinvest that increased tax base back to the schools. It wasn't intended to be a permanent fixture. I believe the DDA has drifted away from its primary purposes. Most of the members who have businesses in town are no longer members of the Chamber of Commerce. They used to be, then they moved to the DDA and they gave up their Chamber of Commerce membership. Curious. I believe the DDA's attention should be focused on aiding and fulfilling commercial space with a good mix to enhance the downtown's existing characters. 2 businesses are currently looking to sell and could use help in promoting their goal. Taking funds from only certain businesses in exchange for use of city streets emboldens those businesses to feel they have exclusive use of the public right of way. This practice has contributed to the fervor over rights to access. This is the result of policy in place. DDA also taking funds from sponsors weakens the financial stability of the Chamber of Commerce and puts things like automobiles for sale in the midst of what's supposed to be a pedestrian mecca. Andy, you stole my term. And diners al fresco opening and having an open air aesthetic experience. The contradictions are astounding. We've got automobiles in the middle of the pedestrian mecca. I don't get it. Because money, we're taking money. because of the wayward drift of the DDA from its original intent. I'm an advocate for disbanding the DDA and return the captured taxes back to the schools, including those from the Downs development that will put many additional kids in the classroom. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bill. Anybody else? Grab it.
Lenore Lewandowski, 119 Randolph Street. And I'm going to change the subject because I would like to talk about garbage pickup, and I don't think that's on your agenda tonight, is it?
It is not,
Okay.
yeah, it's the contract. It's on the contract is on the consent agenda, but go ahead and do it now.
Okay,
We
so-
may or may not put it
Okay,
on the
then
agenda in
fine.
a second.
So,
Go right ahead.
So I
Please.
understand that GFL has
Complicated.
sold its residential portion of the contract to Priority Waste. And I know there's been some glitches as they've transitioned. And so I personally experienced that. I don't know other people have, but I put out my recycle, which was full on Tuesday, and it sat there until Friday evening when I finally brought it back. I did call DPW every day. And when I spoke to the young lady on Friday, she said, yeah, I tried to call them just so I can get an update, so I can let citizens know. And what she told me was that she was on hold with them the whole time and nobody ever answered her call, So I'm just wondering if we can at some point get some updates and maybe put it in the city newsletter so that we know what to expect, because it's hot out there and garbage is smelling.
Valid. Thank you. Anybody else at this point? Anything that's not on the agenda? Ms. Johnson.
I always break these. Lori Johnson, 47234 Dunsany Road. I really didn't expect to talk tonight, but it's obvious that people who are in favor of having the streets be opened all the time, status quo, same as it's always been, it's how we like it, it's what we think makes sense. They rallied today and they're here. So I'll go ahead and speak again on the other side. I talked personally with several businesses who came forward, who did some formalized things, don't need to get into the details, to explain why this makes sense for their businesses to keep up with, by the way, this meaning closed streets, at least seasonally, even though many were in favor of year round. It makes sense because we are competing in a world that is different, that people want destinations to go to. I know not everyone recognizes that, but I believe it's true. I believe people want to bring families, friends from out of town, other people to be in an environment that feels fresh and new and different. And to the comments that it's still not working, I can't help but be frustrated that I personally and many other people, again, you can say what you say and you can believe what you believe, but believe it could have been so much nicer by now had the pedestrian plan had the full opportunity to be realized, recognized, and implemented with all the intentions that would have addressed concerns, issues, problems. It would have addressed that to be so much more thriving and so much more amazing in Northville right now than it is, because we've been in a situation of doing it halfway this way, halfway that way. So there was one comment that I actually did appreciate that said, if Northville were to go all in and make it nice and make it be what it is intended to be as a pedestrian zone, I believe many more people from surrounding communities and within our own community would be very attracted to be here, even more than they already are. I'm done.
Thank you. Anybody else? Ms. Casterline, are you coming to the mic of life? Okay. If anybody else wants to, they can line up after. I think we've had quite a few, but whoever wants to. Roxanne.
I'd like to say, I understand both sides. Do I understand why you've dug your heels in? No. There are businesses who rely on the traffic to grow their business, for people to see it. We're not just a city of restaurants. But what I'd like to say is, why, Lori, can't we compromise? I have no problem with closing the streets on the weekend. Close them Friday night, open up on Monday morning. Close them on the weekends because that's when the people come. But But the older people like me come during the week. So you are ignoring and not providing for people, citizens who have been here for generations and generations. So my suggestion to you is once again, look into compromising. There's nothing wrong with closing them on the weekends. That's when your music is. That's when people want to come out and drink. That's what we're doing here. But it's not on a Monday. It's not on a Tuesday. It's not on a Wednesday. You may have a couple mothers bring their kids and play cornhole, but I suggest then you provide a rental situation for cornhole in the parks that you already have. But I'd like you to compromise. I'd like to compromise. Compromise is a good thing. What I see now is anger. I see people who are frustrated, who need the street traffic, who need the cars to go by to sell their products. And I see a desperation because the economy is so difficult at the moment. And it makes people, when they can't get around this town, it makes them angry and it's dangerous. It's dangerous for pedestrians. That's why old people like me don't come to your town, even though I live in the town.
Thank you, Roxanne. Anybody else at this point? Anybody else going once, going twice? I'm closing off.
A different subject? Do I get a?
Nope, you get a one per. Unless it's on the agenda, you get another 3 minutes. Okay. Thank you very much. I am closing off public comment at this point in time. So we are going now to know if anybody, we had written comments and we made it really easy. When you go in, we get all those. If it came in after 4, we duplicated those. We have that. Nothing came in after 4. It's a lot easier than it was. The packages online, you could put comments on it and forward it to us. We have all those, and I expect everybody to read them before they get into their seat at 7 o'clock. So some people that didn't speak tonight, you know, we've gotten their comments in written form. So just to let you know that. We've gone through a whole new process. Very good. Yeah, you can go right online, but it's not a Q&A here, but it should be anything that's in the package should be publicly available online. So, and we'll get with you on how to get that in Hobart. I appreciate that. I beg your pardon. It could be, but it's there. We made it very easy. We'd be about the only one doing it that way, but they're there for everybody. I expect all of us will read it. Thank you very much.
I believe there were 2.
Yeah, and there were 2 and they're in there and you can see them right now. If you go online, you'll see them out there. So now from that standpoint, was there anything else from public comment that was written in there?
The 2 items have been put onto the packet. So there were 2 items received before 4 p.m. They're both been added to the agenda. So they're live.
Great. Excellent. So now we will go to section 5, consideration of approving the consent agenda. We used to just put the consent agenda out there. I'm asking the city manager to read everything that's on the consent agenda so you know what we're looking. And if we want to, we will bring that to the regular agenda. But why don't you go through very quickly? I know there's a lot of them. There's 11 of them, I believe.
Thank you, Mayor. We have the following items on the consent agenda for council's consideration. Item A, city council minutes from the regular meeting held June 17th, 2024. B, matter of receiving and accepting the bills list report. Item C, matter of approving the agreement transfer between GFL and Priority for the collection of solid waste, yard waste, and other services for the city of Northville, which was executed by the Director of Public Works prior to July 1, 2024 to avoid interruption of city services. Item D, matter of approving the purchase and installation of an additional key fob system for the activity room doors at Allen Terrace through International Control Equipment in the amount of $3,250. Item E, matter of approving the proposal from Tina's Paint for the paint services to paint 190 doors at Allen Terrace in the amount of $5,700. Item F, matter of approving the proposal from Ashton Tree Service for tree removal and trimming at Allen Terrace in the amount of $3,950 and authorizing the housing director to sign the contract on behalf of the city. Item G, matter of approving the 2024 Highway Safety Improvement Program resolution attached and authorizing Public Works Director to act as an agent to sign contract 24-5263 between the City of Northville and the Michigan Department of Transportation for the construction of countdown pedestrian signals at 7 intersections. Item H, matter of approving and awarding a contract for the 2024 Joint and Crack Sealing Program in the amount of $18,500 to Wolverine Seal Coating and authorizing the Public Works Director to sign this contract on behalf of the city. Item I, matter of approving and awarding a contract for the 2024 pavement marking program in the amount of $24,329.08 to PK Contracting and authorizing the DPW director to sign this contract on behalf of the city. Item J, matter of authorizing the city manager to sign the Smart Municipal Credit and Community Credit Contract for the fiscal year 2025 in order to receive $5,729 in municipal credits for the 2024-2025 year in support of the Senior Transportation Program and transfer funds to Northville Township. Item K, matter of approving the request from the NCBA to conduct the annual sidewalk sale in downtown Northville on July 19th and July 20th. Those are all the items on the consent agenda for council's consideration.
So I'll ask if there's anything to be brought forward. And note too, we went through the contract and the bid process. We are approving that final bid process. So we just didn't pick somebody on that. So there's been a whole process. Now, this is the time, if there's something on the consent agenda that anybody in the council would like to bring forward to go on the regular
Was
agenda.
a point of clarification. Oh, I'm sorry. One was a point of clarification with the clerk. Last Wednesday, I had submitted a simple scribble edit for the minutes that are item A. It was just clarifying what park the public engagement was about. Do you recall, is that going to be added, that scribble edit? Yes.
Oh, for mine?
Yes.
Fully supportive. Sorry, I didn't
Good.
realize you were waiting for my
Yeah.
approval, but
Yeah.
yeah, just clarifying that it was for.
Well, it's that generic park. Yeah. so-
Scribble edit, it's just a small change in a word, but we
Yeah,
tried to
and
get
it
the
was,
words
and
right.
it was as stated, it just hadn't been recorded. Okay, so that is going to be done.
Okay,
I am requesting that 5C, this is the matter of approving the agreement transfer between GFL and Priority for the collection of solid waste and yard waste be moved to the regular agenda.
Good.
I suggest it be added to as item C.
absolutely.
And the closed session be bumped down to D.
Right, okay. So we have that, with motion to support that. Anything else?
Nope, that's it.
Good, so are you officially asking that to be on C and you've supported that officially, is that
Well,
correct?
the
think we
request,
actually-
the request to move something is automatic, but then
Right.
it's the
Got to
amended,
support,
the amended agenda has to be approved
excellent. So
and consent.
are you putting a motion out for the,
Well, I move
The new
to
agenda.
approve the consent agenda as amended.
Okay.
And also to acknowledge the approval of an amended agenda.
Support.
so we have a motion properly support. Any other discussion on that today? Okay, I think we can do this. All in favor, say aye. All opposed? Okay, we have a modified agenda. So again, out there, if you're following a new business, A and B stay the same. We're putting C, the GFL contract. And then we're going to a closed door on an opportunity here in the city. So with that, great. So let's go on to section 6. You said we don't have the introduction of the new police officers. They are out at a situation. So 6A has been off the agenda. 6B, OHM update on 7 Mile and Center. Let us know. It's all yours, Mike.
Introduce it real quick.
Okay,
OHM will be coming up and giving a presentation, an update regarding the roundabout.
great.
It's a presentation to council and to the city, get some feedback from the council, some feedback from the residents. It's not a question, Q&A with
Right.
residents. However, on August 12th at 5:30, it's ready on the city calendar. We're going to have a public meeting specifically on this roundabout.
Great. Yep. So for the public, there'll be a lot of information. We just asked for an update on this. Is there anything else OHM wants?
I'll turn it over to OHM.
Okay, great.
August 12th.
Okay.
And again, August 12th, is that correct? Did I hear that right?
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
And City Manager Johannes. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. My name is John Caters. I'm a principal and the roundabout designer here for this 7 Mile Sheldon Center Street project, and I was asked to give an update
Great.
on this project tonight. So next slide, please. So agenda is quite simple. I want to fill everyone in on the schedule and an update you on the status. So if you remember last time we met earlier this year, the main thing I wanted to emphasize was that we were wrapping up the preliminary design and we had performed the design with several variables, including how to accommodate all the users, manage the traffic flow, especially under multiple traffic flow scenarios. And our big conclusion coming out of that, if you recall, was we are confident moving forward with the geometry we had and moving into design details. So that is exactly what we've done since that point. So fast forward to essentially now, July, we've been working on detailed design, which essentially means preparing the plans with the necessary information for permits, for approvals, and for the contractor to build the project. So that very top line there, that's kind of where we are now. We're about to submit what we call 85% complete plans to the city, to Wayne County, to MDOT, which are essentially the overseeing agencies on the project. Throughout that time and continuing really till the end, there's just a lot of coordination that goes on, whether it's with city staff, city representatives, Wayne County, MDOT, and under MDOT itself, there's multiple divisions, Eagle, utilities, public and private, and the Downs. So a lot of conversations, a lot of vetting going on to make sure that we have the details in the plans that are what we need to for a good design that can be built. All right, so third bullet point down, our public meeting. So Mike just mentioned that is coming on August 12th. Plenty of opportunities for questions. What are we going to build? Why are we building it? Where are we going to build it? How are we going to build it? How am I going to get around? What will it look like? We will have staff on hand to be available to answer those questions one-on-one.
Great.
So continuing on with the schedule. So later this year, we will complete the detailed design. We're targeting, permit approval as well, and that's from MDOT, as well as Wayne County. And then segueing into private utility relocations. I say early 25, it's the last one there, the private utility relocations will be more early 25, not so much late 24. So early 25, we will put the project out for bidding and contract award. That's done through MDOT because MDOT has there's federal money in the project, so it channels through them. In summer 2025, we will start construction. The date has not yet been pinned down. There's a lot of variables to consider, and we're still kind of working through that. And in the fall, again, date not quite locked in. Construction will be complete. Similar projects of this nature should take about 3 months. Next slide. Regarding the cost of the project, so I hope I have these down to the exact dollar amounts, but really it's that $2.5 million amount I want you to kind of focus in on. So we received a combination of federal grants, 2.17 million. And with that, there are strings attached to that. The city has to kick in a certain amount of money for the grants to be activated. So that's around 2.5 million. Right now, our budget is our estimate is around 2.5 million. But that last bullet point, I want to give a big caveat is that we have a series of agencies that have to put their eyes on this. And, our job is to try and keep to the budget that we've set out to do and balance things when we need to keep costs within that parameter. You never know what these agencies will come up with, even though we feel like we've been coordinating with them throughout. So next slide. So the image that you see on the screen is the latest design. Not much different than what we showed to you last time around. Again, we're always aiming to achieve those goals of safety, mobility, fit in the space that we have allowable, and efficient traffic flow. One thing I've emphasized multiple times now is the fact that we have single lanes entering the roundabout, entering the circle are critical for this design. So we've been able to stick to that, hold to it. Again, not much has changed since last time I was here. Pedestrian facilities and bicycle accommodations are met throughout. It's a little difficult to see, but some really light gray lines along the Downs property. Those are sidewalks that are going to be built by the Downs. They're a little tough to see, but they're there. Again, we've gotten a fair amount of input from the city, including council, mobility network, planning commission, staff. We recently, a couple months ago, got some input from Wayne County, particularly on this geometry. Very minor comments from them, actually from their consultants, who does have roundabout design experience. So we were pleased to see that. MDOT conversations have mostly been focused on right of way. This is a little bit tricky in here, despite the fact that we're dealing with the public parks property on the south side and a development on the north side. It's still, MDOT still has a process that we're required to follow. It could involve appraisals. It could involve making offers that they can reject, but we have to follow their process. It's required by receiving the funding. Coordination with the Downs is focused mostly on gateway and landscaping, sidewalk locations, right of way, and construction staging. So several conversations ongoing there as well. Wanted to point out a few other elements of the design on Center Street at the tie-in point. I know that there's been discussion about, well, what to do north of there. We know there's a lot of options that have been looked at that the city's been considering. What we ended up doing was designing something that could really work for multiple options that are being considered. We just have to keep marching forward here with this detailed design so the plans can proceed. Sheldon Road on the south side of the drawing there. I recall last time we were here, there were questions about pedestrians and how are we going to see the pedestrians, particularly for those vehicles coming over that, going northbound, coming over that crest curve. We did look at that. We did confirm that we do have adequate intersection sight distance, stopping sight distance. We do have that. In addition, we are going to have some high visibility signage. We're looking at the type of pavement markings we want to do there, some kind of speed reducing pavement markings. And so we're kind of working through that. Wayne County will weigh in on that. So, and then lastly, Wing Street in St. Lawrence. So last time I was here, that was a concept that we were kind of presenting for the first time. This went through a lot of discussion, a lot of consideration, a lot of options. And what you see on the screen is kind of what we feel is the best for the parameters that we're faced with here. We know that this is difficult getting in and out of here for vehicles. It's difficult for pedestrians coming to and from the St. Lawrence neighborhood and heading north. Kind of one of the defining features here is the extension of that median island from the roundabout all the way to Wing Street in St. Lawrence, such that a pedestrian could cross if they wanted to using one direction at a time. So that was kind of a defining feature of that. Next slide, please. Right here. I want to reiterate that the roundabout will be concrete. That is something that Wayne County is requiring for this corridor. We will have, oh, she's got it, Nancy. We will have high visibility signs and pavement markings. And then street lights, the Cobra head might be a misnomer. I was told what we're looking at, or what's been, I think, decided by city staff is kind of a flat plate LED mounted on top of black poles is what's been decided. That will adequately light the intersection for drivers, pedestrians to help the intersection be visible and promote safety. Next slide. All right, so a question came up in public comment about maintaining traffic during construction. Excuse me. So this is a very challenging site. It is very tight. We have a completely new shape to build within the confines of property that's being developed and has certain limitations. And then on the south side, we have parks, similar limitations. We know we have geometry that we're very comfortable with. So what has been determined in conversation a lot with Wayne County and the city, first of all, Wayne County is requiring that 7 mile remain open to two-way traffic at all times. So that's what the two large orange arrows are representing. How we're going to do that is through, let's call it staged construction. So picture it, you drive through a construction zone, oftentimes you're driving on kind of old pavement and then some temporary pavement, push you over a little bit so we can build what we need to build. That is what we are proposing here to get the roundabout itself built. In conjunction with that, Center Street and Sheldon Street will be closed, and that was something we talked about quite a bit. Several reasons for that. One is worker safety. Introducing more vehicle turns in here while we're in this tight site, not good for the men and women building this road. So we wanted to have that closed. We want it to be consistent throughout the project. Oftentimes when you introduce changes in construction zones, that just creates more of an issue and more safety problems. So we're not looking to have that rear its head. Wing Street in St. Lawrence, you can see at that intersection kind of some darker shading. There will be kind of a slight widening there, a slight kind of rehab. Because it's not being fully reconstructed, there will be opportunity for part-time lane closures to keep traffic flowing in and out of St. Lawrence and Wing Street. And then lastly, pedestrian access. We know that this is a key point for particularly on the park on the southeast corner, making one's way to downtown. There will be a means for pedestrians to get across. It's not pretty when you're dealing with a construction zone, but with a combination of signs, temporary barricades, barrels, and ramps, temporary ramps, we see a way to make it happen. Next slide. So here's the north-south through traffic posted detour route. Remember, 7 Mile will be open at all times, okay? So then how do you go north-south? This is how we're going to sign this. This is how we're going to post it. The detour route will be 6 Mile back and 8 Mile to get around this area. Now, folks coming and going from downtown, we don't fully have that figured out what that will look like, what signs will look like, but we're certainly channeling regional traffic away from this area because, again, the Sheldon is closed and Center Street will be closed. Again, that's to physically build the project, make the zone safe. That second bullet point there, and if you'll, about other projects in 2025, this is not a comprehensive list by any means, but you see in the white and red text, I'm pointing to some other projects that we're aware of. I know there's more, but some signage that will have to be, it'll be a challenge avoiding some of these adjacent construction zones. So we're aware of that. We're going to be coordinating with Wayne County and Oakland County because one will be an Oakland County project. So challenging summer here coming in this area. All right, next slide. Okay, next I want to bring up Stacy Tobar from our office to give some information on the landscape design. I want to point this out though. These next slides differ slightly from what was in the council packet. Mainly, the council packet shows asphalt pavement. This is not asphalt, this is concrete. So we want to be truer to what is truly coming.
No.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good
Thank you. Stacy Tobar, principal at OHM Advisors, landscape architect, urban designer. So I'm here just to give you a broad overview of the landscape. What we've created is 2 schemes that have very salt tolerant plants, low maintenance plants that also kind of frame coming into downtown. This view that is on the screen is looking north up into the new Center Street. We understand the 2 flanking sides will be designed by the team doing the Northfield Downs. We have a good rapport with that designer, so we are looking forward to working with them and how they foresee that vision and how the landscape that we're proposing complements that and complements this entry point into the downtown area. Next slide, please. Okay, so here's concept 1. What this entails is very free-flowing kind of swaths of plantings. We have flowering shrubs, perennials that maintain the low vision coming in. Has the cooler tones, if you will, with the purples and deep pinks. Some of the plant material include nearly wild roses, Wogelia. We also have some sedum. We have Nepeta or that's kind of catmint as well, and some grasses and asters. So this again is just a concept to look at laying the plants out in kind of a free flow, kind of mimic the river, you know, in fashion. At the diagram to the top, you'll see some hinting of contour lines, and that's where we would work with the design team for Northfield Downs and how that could be laid out to coincide with our geometries for the road construction. Next slide, please. Okay, so here, concept two. Here we have broad strokes, if you will, large swaths of plantings that are kind of in mass. This has a very linear approach to it. The plant material does vary, obviously, to some reds and yellows. Some that include here are potentilla. We have some sage and sea oats and some daisies. Again, it's just the first pass. I think once we get further with our design development and roll up our sleeves a little bit more, you know, with the input session next month, as well as with Grissom Metz is doing the landscape design for the Downs, we can look at complementary plants so that it looks cohesive. There may also be an opportunity where some of these are blended and we take a little from concept one and concept two. So next slide, please. Thank you. So what is shown here is a bird's eye as if you were coming down Sheldon Road and you're looking up north into Center Street. And you can see kind of what it might feel like if entering, you know, the downtown from this perspective. As you can see, there are some arrow boards in the center of the circle. Those are required by MDOT. So we would be sure to not impede those with plant material. We want to emphasize them in a way, make sure that the planting fenestrates the headlights and so that they're not glaring as folks are traveling around the circle. But we also want it to feel and have texture and seasonal interest. So that's also important, knowing that we have those magnificent four seasons here in Michigan. So again, this will evolve as we work with the Downs. I also want to point out, we know that they're doing some signage that will come into play. And so with whatever materiality or colors, we might introduce that in the circle, the perimeter kind of truck apron, if you will, that's on the inside the circle there. So if they choose a tanner color, we might complement it with the same. So these are some things that we look for in terms of working together with both those designers as well as the city people. So I think that's everything. Yep. So thank you.
Stay right there. You have anything else? No. So first, any questions, any comments from council members on this? This would be your time.
John, I'll
Go right
start.
ahead.
Just one question. When we get to the August 12th public meeting, can you maybe give a story or a narrative in terms of what to expect in the adjacent communities, traffic flow, maybe some recommendation on what signage is that'll look like, what they can expect and when? And then also, I think missing from this, and I think I already know the answer, but I don't know if it's broadly known, is what the new plan will be for Downs traffic during that time frame, because that's closed off of Center Street for construction right now. If you could maybe speak to that, but then also bring that in as not just a design and architecture, but maybe the narrative on what the adjacent community could expect next summer when Center's closed.
Sure. In regards to the Downs traffic and during construction and coordinating that, there's been a lot of conversation. I don't know. It's the details aren't worked out, I guess that's why I didn't.
It's a fair answer. Is all.
Absolutely. I didn't want to say, hey, this is what we're doing. There's a lot.
Keep working it by the 12th.
We'll need that answer.
Yes.
Just so that the community can be aware for those.
Okay, we'll try to give a clearer answer on the 12th, the public meetings what you're asking.
Okay.
Good comment.
Okay.
Others, questions?
I'll defer to some of the experts on that, but that's.
John.
Yeah.
I've got a couple items here. Just a couple things that I like in terms of the latest updates. One, the single lane architecture, I think is critical. As we've seen, single lane versus double brings lower accidents, less severe accidents. As well as I had some people that raised questions on the size of the roundabout. I got a couple emails wanting a smaller one. I understand the aesthetics of that, but that leads to more speed. And I think one of our residents actually made the comment of, don't rob Peter to smash Paul. I think we've got to make sure that even if it costs a little bit more, we proactively have the larger roundabout, the single lane, and I really like the bike bypass. So I think that's all recognizing the environment where we're at. I would like to get a little more detail. I know one of the first reviews we did, there was a question of limited lighting going into the roundabout from a pedestrian standpoint. It sounds like we're looking at more complex pedestrian lighting, whether that's hawk lights or other options. I'd like to see what we're envisioning, a little more detail around as a pedestrian is coming down on that pathway. What are they encountering? How is that crossing process going to work? And maybe even a conversation on the August 12th date of if a car comes in and a pedestrian comes in, how that's going to be managed and how we're going to make sure that there's awareness, recognizing the sight lines and the number of pedestrians. One question I did have, how far north are we moving the center of that intersection? Because it is shifting, correct, to balance the topography?
Yeah, I have the number off the top of my head. In fact, this graphic, if you pull up the PDF in your packet, you might be able to kind of get a sense. Because in this graphic, you can kind of see what's going on underneath of it. I'd
like a follow-up if we could, just so I can, my right brain isn't as strong as my left. I'm better in Excel. So for me to be able to see the amount, then it allows me to go down and visualize where that's going to be and how it's going to interact, which just would be beneficial for me. Couple other quick notes. One, I still share the concerns for the residents in St. Lawrence. I recognize we are a little bit a victim of design having one exit from that neighborhood. But I do like that we're calling out now that crosswalk. Is there going to be pedestrian lights stopping if someone is crossing that to stop traffic? Will it be stop signs, lights, or is it more of just a crosswalk itself that they can pass when there's not traffic?
There will be static crosswalk signs. And just to be clear, that is what is also planned at the roundabout. Okay. As we talked about last time around, we were not going to proceed with the rectangular rapid flashing beacons here because we were able to achieve single lane crossings. But there will be a very bright signage that will make it very apparent that this is a place where pedestrians will be and belong.
So one thing, and I think we can talk about it on the 12th because there's probably a larger conversation, but if you have a couple of pedestrians during rush hour come across that and you've got a steady flow of traffic and that starts to back up into the roundabout, how that's going to be managed to make sure we've got a clear plan, because you have a community there. I can see people walking into town for breakfast and then hitting rush hour at the parallel, and you get a pretty good flow going at that time. So just if we could think through number of cars, what we think it could take, at what point we would see a potential risk of a backup, and then what that would mean if the traffic did back up into the roundabout itself for anyone coming down the hill, coming down Sheldon into town. And then the other note, and I recognize we've got the detour that's kind of carrying traffic out to back and around. I think we have to explicitly call out the detour going to our businesses. So if I'm coming down Sheldon towards town, I'm assuming, I know we said that's still to be determined. To me, it seems like, and I'm not the expert here, but the only option would be go out to Northville Road and bring them around to Main Street, because otherwise you're bringing them through the neighborhood. So I think we can discuss that, but I'd like to have explicitly a detour that doesn't feed everyone into Bealtown. Make sure that we're directing.
Will you be able
Yep.
coming down Smile towards at the intersection?
Yeah, I'm gonna ask that. I'll ask that question.
Yeah.
You can ask that question.
Yeah, so
I don't hear anyone in the crowd, but the
But why
question
you ask that
would be-
question? Please.
Hypothetically speaking, so I guess to that point, you're saying, would we be able to, I'm assuming we would have to be able to turn right onto 7 Mile if I'm coming down Sheldon, because your two-way traffic has to be maintained.
6, you mean, right?
Oh, it's 6. Oh, fair, because you're kind of closed at that point, so then you'd have to cut it all the way over.
What typically happens in these types of setups is there'll be a series of signs that say you're coming from the bottom of the screen, you're going northbound on Sheldon. There'll be a series of signs that tell you that the intersection is closed at 7 Mile, follow detour. It's, sometimes there's signs that say business is open. Oakland County does that a lot. That could be an option to cover that. But then what you typically see just north of the Sheldon 6 Mile intersection, is you see kind of some, we call them type 3 barricades kind of pushed off to the side because folks still live, in this stretch of roadway that says something to the effect of local traffic only. So you're getting warned multiple times that you're about to enter something that's closed. Unless you live here,
Right.
Shouldn't be here.
Yeah, and maybe what it is you have a bypass traffic and then business traffic that could come around, but we can talk through. My concern is if I'm driving down Sheldon, I want to get downtown, I don't want to have to go down 6 to back to 8.
On
and
the
back
12th,
up.
you're gonna have what those signs will say and where.
I know, but the benefit is I get to ask questions now.
Yep.
That covers the vast majority of the routes. The only other question is, will the road be closed for the entire 3 months? Because I know there was a 3-month construction timeline. Is that?
Yeah, so again, 7 Mile, you will be able to go east-west on 7 Mile throughout. There you go, that's a good graphic. The only time, they have to pour like the last pieces of curb at the very end, so there might be some flag control going on from like the middle of the day. But 99% of the time you'll be going east-west on 7 Mile. I think your question was about
The length of time. So I know we say 3 months on the prior slide. Will it be closed for that entire?
Based on my experience building similar projects, that's about what it will be.
Okay.
Now, we could look at how we're going to build this is we're going to build the southern piece of this first. We have to because that's where all the water's flowing. You got to start with where the water's flowing first, or else you have a muddy mess of a site. So that southern piece will get open first, will get built first. It is possible if we can keep it safe, we can store materials, if we can get the work done, that Sheldon could get open. Now, it doesn't help you downtown because that's the second part that gets built. We're really trying.
Closer though.
Yeah, we're really trying to get the work done quickly and keep it safe for the workers.
Yep.
The more traffic you introduce, the longer it takes, the less safe it is for the workers.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments?
Yeah,
from
so I'm
Council.
I'm just following up because my question was related to clarifying of this and the detour route. So that area to the south, which is Sheldon, closed. So people cannot approach that intersection and turn left or right on 7 Mile.
Correct.
Yeah, because that's a huge swath going south that is, I'm nearly not sad to see the through traffic, right? But it is, people need to access our community. Residents that live here or those visitors or those sort of things. So that is, to the extent you can remediate that, because that's going to be very painful for our neighbors to the south as well as our own residents and businesses trying to get through that. I'm gonna, before I go to a couple of questions, I had the single lane, you mentioned the single lane critical. I want to fully support what John said there. Also, I had questions related to what is going to be the signaling for vehicles related to pedestrian safety as they cross these different areas, but that seemed to be covered. I want to thank you very much for coming back with that St. Lawrence Estates before it was your scribbled concept, which looked good, but because you listened to what people were saying and that rendering, at least me, we need to get feedback from others, particularly those most affected, in St. Lawrence and off wing, but thank you very much for that. Also, I do, and Andrew Krentz brought this up at the Downs construction traffic management. It's a single ingress egress. And right now that is just north, as you know. Where that's going to go, I don't know, but it can't be at the convenience of the Downs construction. It's got to be at the consideration of the city, its residents and the businesses on this. So no getting anywhere near residences, it just, I don't know how they're going to do it. It'd be great if the developer just builds a bridge and then we don't have to build it later. So, I mean, this has been a problem from day one, right? That there should be a south connector bridge to the development. But I really am concerned about what the logistics are going to be on that.
Sure.
As it unfolds. The other is, this is a question related to landscape. So we've come a long way from the early renderings we saw, which were not yours, by the way, of it's going to be all these pretty annuals, so we've come a long way, but and I like that these are more natural. But when we get color, low maintenance does not equal no maintenance. We're never going to get to no maintenance. But when you introduce color, maintaining that so it doesn't look crummy after the flowering, assuming it's not the leaves that are color, that it's some sort of flowering, requires pruning. Shrubs require pruning, depend more, sometimes less, depending on the type. And the experience, we just had that discussion with the Beautification Commission chair recently. What happens is the DPW will be responsible for maintenance of that. But the reality is when you want plants to live and thrive, that work is handed off to our Volunteer Beautification Commission, who include master gardeners. So I would request that you talk to them. I know you have these different ones, because the bottom line is they're probably going to be the ones taking care of it. And they're already making recommendations. On one island, we have North Center, as you remember, that it's just a danger to maintain. And it's just a nightmare, because what you're not talking about is who takes care of the weeds as well, and invasives and things like that. So I guess I would request you lean into the Beautification Commission, because they end up either doing it for the DPW or they recommend to the DPW what needs to be done.
No, that's great. And I'm glad you shared that. And perhaps they could come to our workshop next month.
Well, but I'm talking about you, like with their experiences working in other areas of the city for the DPW might be helpful to you.
Yeah.
And it looked like everything you're trying to keep here is low,
Yes, of
relatively
course.
low.
Yeah. I mean, we do have some shrubs for the texture and so forth in the winter to also help identify, where the roundabout is as
Yeah.
well.
Well, and I
So.
yeah, and I see as you head up center, you do have some trees in that particular island, extension island
Yes.
heading north. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
So, but you didn't want to do anything like that. You didn't want to do any tree in the center of the roundabout.
Well, that's something
Because
we'll
I've
have
seen
to
that back and
look-
forth.
Yeah,
I didn't know what
we've
is-
seen it
I
both
don't-
ways.
I'm not, but I just noticed
Mhm.
you have it there, but you don't have a tree anyplace
Sure.
else. So I'm not leaning one way or the other, but it was just
Yep.
noticed. So,
So yeah, we can definitely roll our sleeves up and work together in terms of what that might look like. And if there is that desire to have a few more on the 7 mile of trees I'm speaking of, that could be a consideration. It comes down to cost as well. I think when you introduce a lot of perennials, it inflates cost because you have the maintenance cost as well as the perennial cost.
I'm not
So
disagreeing
is
at all.
there a balance that we go
Mhm.
through where we have some more grasses and shrubs that kind of offset and mass it? So there's definitely, still work to be done. I think definitely I'll reach out to them. You said it's the Master Gardener
Yep,
group?
Beautification.
Beautification, thank you.
Sit-
I can give you her, like, I'm on the committee, I
Yeah.
can give you Diane, she'll
So-
talk.
Okay.
And so I think when you start leaning to grasses and shrubs
The hand-
that just require reasonable periodic maintenance.
Yeah,
I love the color, and this
Right.
is just me. I love the
right. But you
color,
can get
but I know,
texture and stuff.
well,
too,
I know the
so,
reality
yeah.
of what's happened in our city,
Okay,
and DPW only has so much.
okay,
Yeah. So anyway,
definitely.
That's it.
I
Good.
totally understand. Thank you.
Anything else from council?
Just maybe at the meeting on the 12th, just knowing our community, having some of like the real, like the supplies you're going to be using, maybe like what lights you're speaking of, what signs you're thinking, just giving everybody a little bit of a heads up for that. And then a little bit more on what's going to happen with the Downs construction traffic during the roundabout construction, just, something small. I know that will come up.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yep, absolutely. And just to wind it out, you mentioned briefly, We are very supportive. I'm very supportive of that second roundabout coming in from Heinz Drive in there. We had meetings as late as today with SEMCOG for $1.5 million and Debbie Dingle's office. It is a very expensive one, but we've already apportioned enough engineering dollars to get that done. We have to go out with others. We have to do it before the Downs gets up and going. So that will handle the ingress and egress. So that will be phase 2. We'll talk about that, shortly after this one gets going. So we are very aggressive to make sure that will happen on a timely basis with all the partners. State, we've talked to the governor's office and with the county and also with SEMCOG is very supportive. It's very important to go to phase 2 on that. So no, we've had meetings and we will continue to have those meetings intensely in the next 2 to 3 weeks.
This might have been good to have him come on before we all got in a fight over the street closures.
I know, I understand. Good. It's all timely done. Good. Excellent.
Yeah, thank you.
So seeing this was on the agenda, any public comment? This would be your public comment right up there. Public comment, not questions.
It's gonna be a long night.
Remember, you will have on August 12th a chance for Q&A. This is public comment. Go right ahead, Nancy Darga.
Nancy Darga, 516 North Center Street. As the co-chair of the Mobility Network Study Group, I wanted
Phase
to
2 on that.
point
So,
out,
no.
you guys already know that we have to build our roadways mindfully for the long-term expectation of traffic, or we are going to spend a very long time and money trying to fix it if it's fixable after the fact. With this in mind, the Mobility Network spent an incredible amount of time, more than a year, almost 2, analyzing traffic flow and disbursement of traffic. And I'm finding myself a little surprised to find out that OHM has 85% of the road design before the public meeting. And so I'm hoping that that doesn't mean that if the input means redesigning, that the redesign will happen based on public input. If not, they'll never stop hearing from me. I just want to let them know.
Yes.
I want you to know that the Mobility Network supports the geometric of the proposed roundabout, single lane, dedicated turn lanes, as pointed out by Mr. Carter. We asked for reduced length on that center island going up north of Center Street. I think somebody used scissors that were way too big. It looks really stubby. We want trees, and we would like that reconsidered. Thank you very much for putting a crosswalk at Wing and 7th Street, which was one of our requests. We asked the landscaping that we had low maintenance plants, but I am once again a little bit surprised that someone used shears on the design, and all the trees that were in the original design on those divider islands are gone, and now we have busy plants, and there's no trees in the center island, which was originally proposed. So I'm going to ask for that to be reconsidered, and I think it's a wonderful idea to talk to Diane Pittman from the Beautification Committee.
Yep.
She's just really good at that.
Yes.
I also want to point out before my time runs out that the Mobility Network study group gave a considerable amount of time of how to treat traffic on Center Street. Do we maintain the bike lanes? Do we put parallel parking and stuff? We do know that the bikeway coming down Children Road is heavily used. It's heavily used by mom and dad, strollers, bicyclers with kids, trailers and stuff like that. And we proposed that the walk on the east side of Center Street, this has nothing to do with the roundabout, so OHM, relax, okay? But a thoroughfare there, and not take their strollers, their jog strollers and stuff out into the street in order to go up Center Street. We want to thank the city for actually hosting a public hearing in August. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nancy. Next, Steve.
Address again. Steve Pecan, 611 Ashley Court. I noticed that the renderings of the roundabout didn't include a semi truck. And I was just wondering why it, give us some better perspective about how big is this thing? Is it large enough to accommodate buses and semis, et cetera, comfortably? Or will they have to drive through the center of them like they do on the Taft Road roundabouts? Because that's what happens, right? We can see the tire tracks going right across the center because they're too small. So I'm kind of curious as to what that involves and whether or not it's really big enough. And also, just a curious question, but does anybody know how much, because it'll have to be fairly large, how much property was donated by HP? Any?
Yes. Yeah, it
Okay,
goes
I
in
got
and they'll be able to answer all those questions
Okay,
and the
good. That's good to
geometry
know
of the
because
circle.
it's going to need to be really big, and I think we
You're exactly
should
right.
take every bit of it from HP.
all those corners. You're right. Thank you, Steve.
Mayor, if I'm not mistaken, it was at least 3 housing units worth of property to
Right.
push that north.
Yep.
So it was.
3 houses that would have gone into the downs are now part of the roundabout. Go right ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, I think it's at least that.
Oh,
That's it. Jeff Snyder, 508 Gardner Street. I think you're missing a couple orange lines on there. You're missing Wing Street, River Street, and Beale. Because we know from past history, through all these processes, that we take the burden of the traffic. So I know you promised not to, and I know, but I mean, unless there's some way to mitigate it, we know what's gonna happen. So, yeah, I really don't have any actually strong opinion. I like the idea of a roundabout. I don't know how it's gonna fit on everything else, but take yourself into next summer and fall. Okay, when the Downs construction is in full force. Downs construction on Katy Street. Those buildings are under construction. They're probably gonna be taking some of that street space to do the facades. The roundabout's under construction, right? And the downtown streets are closed. I guess all I can say to you is, for any of you guys that are running for re-election next year, good luck, because it's gonna be ugly down there. And the bottom line is really, again, please consider, the streets, the residential streets, especially Gilltown. Thank you.
thank you, Jeff. You bet. Yep. Mary.
Hi, Mary Ortiz, 502 West Main. I'm going to start with the easy stuff first. So one of our viewers from home asked me to mention that on YouTube, the screen comes across as just totally a white blur. It's not, so the presentation is completely not visible on YouTube. I just thought perhaps you'd like to know that.
He's working through it. The clerk says.
But then also I'd like to know the location of the public meeting on 8/12. Is that going to be at the community center or is that going to be in here? So I know you can't answer questions, but it's a question.
We'll get that out as soon as
Okay.
possible. Thanks. man.
So again, like other people have mentioned, including Councilman Prince, I'm concerned about looking at this Center and Sheldon closure for several months. Other than just the immediate problem of mitigating that, this is going to further train traffic that the easiest way in a high-speed way to get through town is through the adjacent residential neighborhoods. Okay, we train them that with the downtown street closures, and this is going to further exacerbate their education about the best, fastest way to get through town is through residential neighborhoods. So I'm very concerned about that. Also, I was wondering if MDOT and Wayne County are aware of that under our street closure scenario, that northbound Sheldon and Center Street traffic will dead end into a closed Center Street. Again, just confirming that the best strategy to get through town is going to be through adjacent residential neighborhoods. Also, I was one of the 2 people that received a copy of the grant spreadsheet, and I did not see a confirmed grant amount to cover anywhere close to these expenses. And I would just like information in the future, hopefully at the public meeting, to talk about confirmed grant dollars that we'll be receiving from all sources so that the taxpayers are not unduly burdened with this roundabout. I don't want the taxpayers to end up with a surprise big bill for this. And then on the landscaping, I would suggest, and some of this research could be done online. There's a wonderful resource at Belle Isle called, I'm not going to pronounce his name correctly. I'll tell you that right off the bat. His name is Piet Udolf, and he has a garden of unusual perennials at Belle Isle that he has selected because they're cheap and they're zero maintenance. So if you've never gone down there, it's an amazing thing to watch. The colors of these plants change during the season. So if you're concerned about color, these things do change color. And a lot of these plants are viewable online.
Okay, thank you, Mary.
This we got one for Kevin Clark, 777 Spring.
Thank you.
Mike, I have three comments, basically. Back on the Beck Road thing. Beck Road is such a disaster for traffic now. It's hard for me to believe that we're going to do that. That leads me into my second comment, that given the Orchard Road construction this year, we lost a month almost of construction time because we didn't coordinate the contracts with the school closures. And knowing that we have bus traffic and everything else and kids going, I would hope that we would prioritize the school schedule with the start of construction. Okay. Then the other, yes. So I'm very pleased that we made much progress getting to the single lane thing. Since the beginning of this, I've always been very concerned about the traffic circle being too small. In my personal opinion, a large traffic circle is the safest because somebody that's at this intersection can see if somebody is already entering the intersection to know that it's safe. I think we failed right here in this distance from here to there because there's not enough, in my opinion, enough space in order for somebody here to know that there's enough space for them to safely enter. I truly believe that this part needs to go another 15 or 20 feet further to the north into the Downs property to make that safe. Like for instance here, that's great. I mean, you can tell if somebody's there, you know if it's safe. I don't think that'll ever be safe here as shown. The other thing that I found in my own personal observations of traffic circles is the S that leads into the circle acts as a very safe traffic calming device. And obviously we have a very limited confined space because of the bridge. So there's not much you can do. I was very pleased to see that this has been incorporated here. It's kind of coming north, but I would encourage OHM to maybe go back and consider if in support of this intersection, if an S entry into it could calm the traffic, slowing it down to make it more safe for the people to cross from St. Lawrence. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kevin. Good point. Anybody else? Carol.
Hello, Carol Schraben, 403 Covington Court. I'm just curious, with this all being started in 2025, shutting down Center Sheldon, once it gets reopened, construction traffic back through, isn't that going to destroy what you just built? Ta-da.
Thank you. Oh, I know.
Dave Asher, 337 Sherry Lane, Northville. The center of this roundabout has to be ground level. That's the bottom line. There's no shrubs, there's nothing there. People have to be able to see if you're going northbound, if somebody is crossing on the northbound part in the pedestrian walkway. It's state law, no matter how you want to argue it, once you're in that crosswalk, the pedestrians have the right of way, which basically means that traffic, if you're going northbound, is going to have to wait for that person on the north side to wait, or east or west or south. That's, that problem there. Shrubbery cannot go. It has to be ground level. You have to be able to see those people. Elsewise, you're looking at litigation at some point for the design of it.
Right. Cindy, it's all yours.
I just have one more comment about it.
having had teenagers that drive to the high school from the north to the south, it concerns me because they're not great drivers. And they're in a hurry because they're usually late. So have you put this before the superintendent of schools to make sure that he's on board too, and if he can give his input?
Great. Good comment. John Roby?
I can remember to say my name this time. Hi, I'm John Roby, 511 West Dunlap. Suggestion for OHM in the public meeting. There are detailed requirements and parameters about the size of the center, about the curves leading in to the roundabout, and the considerations for vehicle speed and so on. It's not a popularity contest. It's a very, very careful balancing act that Mr. Caters and company have done. My impressions recognize those standards as I was taught as an amateur. But some of the detailed variations of the dual paths to maintain single lanes and how the pedestrian things work change the shape. But I suggest that OHM prepare a wall of data showing overlays of the design, original and now, something people can flip or next to each other, then recommended size of the center island. And then we ourselves went through a long list of nearby roundabouts and some recommended by OHM, some we came up with, have that list available with center island sizes and so on. So it doesn't become just who shot John? Because I don't like that.
That's not a good.
Easy.
That's one thing. The other, I'm going to disagree with Nancy. Forgive me, please.
Say it's not so. Okay. You have 1 minute for that disagreement.
Won't take long. This, I don't speak with the study that I've put into the other side of the equation, the functional. It is this. My impression when I looked at the renders, I was thrilled to see it low, under control, and a very non-intrusive, but clear when you look at it, signage. I won't argue against some median trees. I do argue, not quite as conclusively as some folks, but that center island massing. I personally don't like when I drive roundabouts because I like looking for what's going on around there to anticipate. And again, there are federal standards that John and the design must maintain. Thank you all.
Thank you, John.
Thank you very much. Super.
That brings in 370 Fairbrook.
Thanks, Ed.
It sounds to me like this thing hasn't been thought out very well. He doesn't, half the stuff in this thing, he's not even sure what they're gonna do, like construction. We built this thing, why do we need this? I want somebody to explain to me how this is gonna improve traffic in our city compared to what we got now. You can't go any, that's going north, there's only 2 lanes, one north, one south, that's all you got. So when it backs up on Center Street like it does every single night at 5 o'clock, where's the traffic gonna go when they get to the roundabout? Same with 7 Mile going westbound. It backs up from 4 o'clock to 6 o'clock every single day. So you can get through the roundabout, where are you gonna go? Nobody's ever been able to explain this to me, how this is gonna work. How's it any different than what we got now? And then going up, got the entrance into the downs on Fairbrook. You're gonna have all that traffic coming in and out, which is gonna back up the roundabout again. It's a block and a half down. Nobody's thought this out. Why are we spending $3 million when we don't need to? And doing it right in the middle of this project?
Yeah.
Why can't this wait till the downs is done? Then build it. Why are you doing everything? Oh, that's right, it's grant money. Everything has got to be rushed through this town because of grant money. I'm sick of hearing that. That's what's going on at the downs right now. Got to get it done before the grant money's gone. I think that I want somebody to explain this whole process on the August 12th, how this is gonna save us, be safer and be better for traffic, because it's not. You're gonna introduce 2,000 cars in that spot. They all gotta go somewhere, just like the kids going to school in the morning. It's all backed up. So if you got a roundabout and you can't get through it, what good is it? Unless you can make Center Street 5 lanes going north, it ain't gonna work.
Thank you, Ed. Anybody else? I'm closing public comment off on this. I suggest highly, I think OHM got a lot of good information tonight, but come to that meeting. They've had simulations going for 2.5 years on all the intersections around there. They will explain that. They've gotten a lot of notes here tonight. Northvillians give you a lot of input, and you're going to get a lot more on the 12th too. So great comments. We appreciate that. Simulations have been going 24/7 for about 2 to 3 years. So I think they're trying to figure it out right now. Good.
Can I ask one follow-up question?
Sure. Quick follow-up.
Follow-up question, is that this is planned, if everything works out, for construction in summer of 2025 for approximately 3 months. Is there anything, we want to get things done, but one thing is that I just hadn't thought of is going to have several years of trucks from the construction site driving over it once it's completed. And so is there anything that would keep us from doing it sometime in 2026, for example? I know there's got to be some limit on that federal money, but I don't know what that end date is. And I didn't know if anyone here does from the city or OHM.
Yep. Those are good questions, and for the traffic flow going in and out of the downs, OHM.
Well, and the wear and tear,
Right.
the new roundabout.
That is
Yeah.
correct.
Mayor Pro Tem, I was also thinking about that, as well as whatever the solution might be, if it's off of 7 Mile, if that's the solution that can be used for the rest of construction as well.
Ingress.
And then dump that off to Northville Road outside the neighborhoods without touching the new roundabout. So
Right.
those are the narratives we got.
Yep, without touching the neighborhoods.
Alternate thinking one entrance on 7 Mile into the
Don't know.
construction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or
That-
delay it.
Or
That would be an
If
opportunity.
we can. If we can.
Good points.
Yep, very much so. You're thinking about that. You're taking notes back there, aren't you, OHM? I hear you. Thank you. Good. Good. With that, I am closing off the presentation. That would be at 6. Going to 7, we have no public hearings. Going to 8, we've finished all our business, very unusual. We're going to 9, new business, and there's 4 things on that. We're going to start A, the matter of approving the introduction, the first reading of the amendment on adoption of international property ordinances. Justin, tell us about that.
Before you is an update to the city's property maintenance code, which is based on the International Property Maintenance Code. The city last approved or adopted the 2009 edition of the International Property Maintenance Code. So we're due for an update. The redlined version of the ordinance is provided in your packet. I did receive 2 comments from the Mayor Pro Tem. One of them was a formatting or a presentation comment that we can clarify at second reading.
Great.
The second comment was a clarification of a section title, another item that we can adjust at second reading. The building official did review and provide input on this amendment and is in agreement. If you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer it.
Great. So any questions for council member?
Justin, I'll start. Just maybe a request here is this is going to seem a little abstract to just about everybody, what's going on here. With respect to the red line edits that you have, is there a way when we get to the reading or you're even ahead of the reading that we can bullet that or pull that out to some kind of abstract explaining what that means? Even if it's just a dozen
That's a good
bullet
idea.
points saying this is why this is happening and this is, this is material, what is changing so that there's clarity to it as opposed to it being buried into the ordinance document.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Support that.
Any other comments?
Just one question, and more from my understanding. There's, in the red lines, there's a section that says any drainage or discharge which creates a nuisance to the owners or occupants of adjacent premises or the public shall be abated by the owners of the drained area. So does that cover fully any, obviously there's fees and penalties, but any damages to the neighbor's property would then need to be reimbursed under this? Or is that, what's the process for managing damage from one resident to another if there is a drainage issue.
That's a civil matter between
That's
property
civil,
owners.
so you don't have any.
This would just be for abating the violation.
Okay.
Well, and thank you for talking to me today. As I said, I would love to see every council meeting, us having ordinance amendments, because we could do it. And
We
this
could
is
do it.
with, no, I mean, just this kind of, so I thank you for getting this ordinance amendment. Given what we've had happen, particularly with the infill redevelopment in our residential areas over these many years, that that is particularly section 304.7, which has to do with runoff and discharge from roofs, sump pumps, and drainage from the property itself onto adjacent properties. That's been a huge problem. And so now we have finally had something that directly addresses it. So thank you very much. And my edits just clarified what was my suggested edits.
Correct.
Just made that clear that it covered any type of stormwater discharge going from one property to another, not just from a roof or a sump pump.
Right.
So, and I love the wording is great. So thank you very much for your work on
Sure.
this.
Thank you.
I know you're working one by one. We appreciate
Yeah,
all the
oh, yeah.
ordinance
Look
work.
forward to many more.
Don't ever leave that office downstairs. Any other comments from council members? Stay right there. Any comments from those on this ordinance in city and the council chambers for members? Great, we've lost a few. Great, so you are asking, I believe, for recommended motion to go forward for the
I'll give that.
second reading. Do you have that in your package? That was
Yeah,
put
I
out
move
there?
to approve the first reading and introduction of the amendment to chapter 14, article 6 of the Code of Ordinances to adopt the 2024 International Property Maintenance Code with city amendments, with the second reading and adoption scheduled for August 5th, 2024.
So we have a motion. Do we have support for that
Support.
motion? We have support. Any other discussion on this motion? Good, I think we can do this. All in favor, say aye. All opposed? Good.
Thank you.
Go forward, Justin.
Thanks, Justin.
Number two, going to bring Greg Need up, matter of approving the First Amendment to the restated amendment for the parking credits. Tell us about that, not only us, but those are online tonight. We've been working on this for many years. Give us a Reader's Digest version, but make sure we understand.
We certainly have. Good evening, Mayor and council members. What's before you is a draft First Amendment to the parking credits agreement between Sing and the city, a 1994 agreement that deals with the main center parking deck. As council knows, the city has been involved with litigation with Sing since 2020, both in Wayne County Circuit Court and the Michigan Tax Tribunal. We engaged in lengthy settlement discussions. We had a facilitator, Mr. Tom Ryan. It ended up resulting in a facilitation term sheet agreement, which council approved earlier this year, that set forth all the basic terms of the settlement. One of the provisions was to adopt an amendment to the 1994 agreement that would do several things, including clarifying some of the ambiguous terms in 1994 that got us into the lawsuit in the first place. The amended agreement is before you. It is consistent with the settlement agreement that the council approved earlier this year. And the administration and I recommend that you approve it. And I certainly will answer any questions that you may have.
And first, Greg, I wanted to thank you for the time and patience over the years we've been looking at this great opportunity, and it's come to culmination finally and settlement. So I thank you. It seems I'm on my third term and we've been working on this the whole time.
Absolutely.
Goodness gracious. Good. So any questions, any comments for Greg on this?
I just,
Go right ahead.
well, one, I want to thank you for the material we received ahead of time. I was able to refresh my brain looking at this over these past 4 years plus. And that you made everything very clear. Your summary was clear. Thank you very much. But I have a technical question. So we have a motion that talks about approve the management agreement with Main Center Apartments. You know, that would be the motion, right? And I believe it should be the parking credits agreement.
Technically, it should be the First Amendment to the parking
So
credits
as
agreement.
it's stated in this document, does that make, yeah,
Correct.
okay.
Mayor Pro Tem, exactly.
So when we do the motion, whoever does it, we just, and this is an important legal document, that we use the wording, you all see where that is? It's the document, First Amendment to the restated and amended parking credits agreement. Is that correct, Greg?
That's the
Okay.
correct title.
So you have it in front of you, keep it warm.
Oh, it's me. Okay,
Thank
well,
you,
I want to
Greg.
say thank you, Greg. Your guidance and legal counsel has been invaluable. I know to me and to council as a whole. So thank you.
Absolutely. Any other comments?
I'll just echo Greg. Thank you for everything. If everybody in this community knew the complexity of what you've had to manage over
Absolutely.
all the years, I think since I was born to get this right, it goes back to 94. One request I have on behalf of the city, and maybe George or Justin, you can provide your thoughts, is I think we need to get really clear in terms of when we do a master plan update, what we do with the Lot 4 area and what our expectation is before we ever get to that point.
Right.
Because when I read that wordage in section 6 of what the city should be able to do, I think we need to protect ourselves with having the master plan clearly updated with what we were going to do. So that, let's say if Singh has first right of refusal, that they don't bring something in that's not clearly detailed and then gives us an uphill battle for something at that site that the community doesn't want. So that's my thought. I just wanted with the rest of council, thanks, just thinking about in the future state, that we're quite clear on that, even if it involves being part of a design charrette activity or something so that we can be really clear on what we expect to happen in that spot. That's it.
I fully support what you said, Andrew, because not only that, but all the way over to the post office,
All of it.
that whole
area.
swath.
Yeah.
And so that, and I believe Planning Commission has talked about that
They have.
as a priority. So I don't know if they can do, where's Justin?
Yep.
If they can do a micro
Sure.
edits, but I think we need to be on top of that and ahead of it. I was heartened if I read what you wrote, your summary, is that they only have a 12-month exclusive right to bring a concept before
Right.
us. And so we don't have to have a basis. We will be some future council. We don't have to have a basis for why we don't like it. And it comes before council, not planning.
Correct.
It's
That's
right.
absolutely
I mean, it's
right.
an odd kind of.
That exactly right.
So I have a concern, but I'm very heartened by the language that's in there.
I think we're
That
protecting
we're
ourselves with
protected,
that
but we
language.
still need to get ahead of what do we want to see with that area in some
I think
future
if we get
point.
in front of it, it helps whoever's sitting in these seats in the future.
Stay on it, Justin.
Yeah, and
Don't
Justin,
leave that office.
not for here, but I just would be curious when we're due for an overhaul on the master plan in general, because I think we might be coming up on that. So outside of here, but when that plan would look like, because
Could be.
I think we might be due soon.
I agree with all those comments, and that was a very hotly negotiated
Yes,
item.
exactly. That's why I'm saying it,
But
Greg.
we
I wanna
held
protect us.
Absolutely.
that we have to have total discretion to accept or reject, and that's what's in the agreement.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Good.
My thank you was sincere. Knew you went to battle.
Any other comments from those on council? Any comments for those out there in the audience? Closing off audience comments. You have a sample motion in your
Okay,
package,
Did I take this?
and
one
I
out?
believe you were scribbling on that, so go right ahead. It's warm.
I move that city council approve the first amendment to the restated and amended parking credits agreement with Main Center Apartments.
So we have a motion. I'm looking for support of that motion.
I'll support.
So we have support. Any other discussion on this motion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Great. Congratulations, Greg. Thank you very much.
Very much.
So we moved up to the agenda, the GFL contract. Who would like to mention that? Yep. Mike, you are still here. I thought you might have snuck out. I have something you
Find it.
didn't.
My
So if you
links are
would
gone.
let us know in general, the Reader's Digest version of what's going on in this one. We brought it off the consent agenda.
Hold on.
Go right ahead.
Yeah, the consent agenda today was a letter received from GFL in mid-June
Mhm.
regarding the request to transfer our contract to Priority Waste. Not just our community, but 72 other communities.
Right.
Right.
To which GFL has sold their residential business contracts to Priority Waste. So it had to be signed and put in effect before July 1st. Or July 1st, we would not have any pickup here in Northville. That's residential and commercial as well. So we got that sign sent over to them. However, in our agreement, we do have to bring it in front of council just to have your guys' approval.
Right.
The contract itself, what it means is just transferring the name from GFL to priority. The terms of the contract, the standards of the contract will remain the same. City residents will be able to put out their bins, additional trash, large bulk items. Same thing, recycling, compost, brush pickup. Nothing is proposed to be changed this time.
Great. So
There has been obviously some hiccups with pickup since they started. There's been delays, as mentioned earlier, as recycling was taking a week or so. They're new drivers learning our routes. The trucks look like GFLs because they are old GFL ones, but the equipment inside is not the same. Different GPSs, different camera systems. So everyone's learning our city. Also, they've also taken on a lot more communities priority. And I think they're looking at getting some more staff and equipment into our city.
well, I thank you for your patience on this. I know my phone has lit up in the last month or so. Once the transition, you have the same service. Now it's sometimes a day or so later because they haven't been able to keep up because there's same equipment, but not with the cameras. New drivers, they don't know it. So I'm living the dream with Mike, and I probably answer 6 or 8 calls a day. My garbage isn't picked up. I appreciate that, duly noted. But so we are working through it. I think they're getting better, and they're not quite there yet. But no, we understand it wasn't our contract. Our contract got sold to somebody else. I think Mike is working through it each and every day.
Yeah, and as of right now, DPW, we're receiving, like you mentioned, probably over 100 a day.
Yes.
Missed pickups. What we've been doing is taking those, passing them right over to our priority waste representative.
Appreciate that.
However, it's even quicker and easier if you go online. I know we've posted on Facebook how you can go online, just fill it out and submit it over. As of late last week, we met with Priority Waste. They work with a platform that will be integrating with the city staff and Priority. We get a missed pickup or property damage. We physically go in, we enter in the data, then that gets right to their dispatch. Within 5 to 10 minutes, they respond, they received it, then they act on it. During that portal, we will be able to monitor and see the status of that ticket up to the point where we'll be able to see GPS and also a camera footage of missed pickups or a property damage or any other items in question. So that hasn't been up and running yet. As I mentioned, their trucks are GFL trucks. They don't have GPSs in them. They don't have cameras in them.
Right.
I've been told up to 30 to 45 days they'll be installed. But the portal itself should be up and running probably later this week for us internally, be able to enter in tickets and track and be able to get back with residents with an update.
Good. I thank you for your patience on that.
Mhm.
And I thank all of you, some that have called me directly. We have gotten to most of the garbage, maybe not all the recyclables one day, but eventually they will. So if you kept it out, good. Other comments?
Yeah, I would have liked to, I mean, this, you were put in a horrible position, Mike, as were all other communities.
I think all of us.
It was last minute, late, and what are you
Very much
gonna do
correct.
in the middle of the summer, not have your garbage picked up? So it was poorly handled. They could have had a transition period. They didn't need this late notice. GFL, when we approved this contract originally, they gave us the respect of a GFL rep coming and committing things to us
Yep.
and talking through. In fact, there's a few things that they committed to us at that meeting that are not in the contract in terms of the containers that they allow and all that. So I think that just the way they handled this in June for us and all these other communities was horrible. And it doesn't portend well for the future in the way they manage this transition. But it is what it is, and we couldn't go without our garbage being picked up.
Correct.
That said, one thing is that in the packet that we had, it was noted, and I hope maybe Tony can help with this. It was mentioned that that this was executed by the Director of Public Works prior to July 1st to avoid interruption of city service. But in our packet, we didn't have any signed document
Yeah.
that was submitted.
Yeah, there was one submitted. I can,
Okay.
I didn't supply the one that was actually.
Okay, could you?
This is the one that was sent to us and then the one I sent to them,
Yeah.
signed and executed.
Yeah,
That
'cause
was
I-
not included.
Yeah, because it was said it was reviewed by the city attorney. I'm like, there's nothing for him to review here.
Yeah.
And then, and here's my concern. If it was, this letter was a hi, here we are. Sign this, just reply this, what did the word was in terms of, oh, just sign back on this letter, which was a loosey-goosey thing. And so was there a cover letter restating commitment? Also, every agreement has terms for opt-out because of poor performance.
Yep.
And so we have it with GFL, but given what I've seen here and given these last minute shenanigans, I'm assuming there was no change to that or clarification on what that opt-out is for poor quality performance. And
That's,
so everything's the same.
everything's the exact same. Yep.
Yeah, because this is a new
Yeah.
ballgame, yet, I would have wanted to see, an opt-out provision that was not as onerous on us, given what happened, but it sounds like that did not happen. So that's why I pulled it up,
Mhm.
so we could talk about the community. I think we're gonna
Appreciate
have
that.
pains for quite a while. Lenore Lewandowski mentioned her yard waste, her
Recycling.
recyclables weren't pick up.
She rolled
And
over my
then
house.
in my neighborhood, which isn't far from you, a couple blocks, all of the yard waste was left for days.
Same,
So,
same in our.
yes,
Yep.
so I think it was different things in different pockets, but it wasn't isolated, oh, we forgot a street.
Yeah.
They forgot whole sections of town.
Correct.
So I'm disappointed with the way they treated our city, all cities and you. But, and if you could have that added to the packet, please.
Yeah.
Whatever your signed thing, so we have that in this full packet.
Yeah, I'll
with
have
the
it.
signed document.
Sure.
And then if we ever need to go back to it,
Yep.
we see what was signed. So I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Great. Excellent. Any other comments from,
No, I'll just mirror what the Mayor Pro Tem said. It's generally inexcusable after a buyout or a merger to then say life is hard. So I know that puts you into a difficult spot. And I don't think we're there yet, but do we have any remedies on fine schedules or anything if this doesn't pick up? Because at some point, the community is
You're
going to
working on it.
lose patience with poor performance.
Yep, it's outlined in the contract and agreement.
Okay, I thought it was, but I don't, I just.
financially
Yeah.
and everything else? Yep.
Okay.
Good.
No, I know it's your tough spot, and I saw it on the news last Saturday, and like you said, it was 70 communities all of a sudden, and
Yep, and we're not the only ones with missed pickups.
Oh, absolutely.
yeah, this is across the
About
region.
70.
Across, yeah,
Yeah.
everywhere.
But
John,
I'm
do you have
certainly supporting any kind of fine schedule if they're not improving.
No, I don't have anything additional other than I've been getting the calls as well. Appreciate everyone reaching out, including my wife, letting me know that ours had missed. And honestly, the only thing I want to say is just thanks, Mike, because I know you're getting messages. We all
Yep.
start sending them over. The residents are reaching out, and I know you're doing everything you can to address it. So I
Yep.
appreciate that.
Well, I think just a newly hired administrative assistant who knew the Northville, taking on all these.
What a way
No,
to start.
This is true.
Hopefully she's back on Monday.
Yes, yes.
So is there any comments from citizens? This would be the time on this subject before I ask for a motion to go forward.
Just
Go right ahead.
Lenore Lewandowski, 119, just to add on. So Barbara, that not only did they not pick up my recycle, my compost was delayed also.
Yes.
Also.
Yes.
So, and this is not the first time, and before that was GFL, so I understand. So I don't know what it is about our little block that they pick up on the opposite side, on the north side, but not on the south side. But Mike mentioned about doing something online. Can that be put in the city newsletter?
Sure.
So that
Sure.
I have that, because it would be easy for me to do that link and then say, okay, I've had a problem with the pickup. Also, if you could mention about property damage, which I didn't realize we could report, because that has happened to me, where they,
Run
scraped
over
off-
something.
No, they scraped
Break
off
it.
the grass.
Right.
When they pulled the can.
Mhm.
I repaired it, but anyhow. So if that can be put in the city newsletter, that would be really helpful to residents so that we can report that.
We'll do it by Thursday. Yep, thank you. Right, yep. Nancy,
Nancy Darga, 516 Center Street. Mike, thank you very much for putting the fire out and keeping the service going. But being on Center Street, I did notice that the garbage truck picking up our garbage on Center Street was not a GFL. vehicle. It was a red garbage truck. It looked very, very old, and the two men had to physically pick up those big
Yeah. It was an
things
automatic.
and dump
Wasn't
them
mechanical.
over, and they looked like they were ready to pass out in the street. And I started thinking back when I was on the city council, we had a problem with the garbage pickup, and we were trying to, at the last minute, figure out somebody else we could go with. And I would like to have the feeling that the city is researching other services in case we find ourselves in a pickle again. Because when I saw the two guys trying to pick up these big containers and dump them by hand in the back of that thing. And by the way, the thing that comes down and push it didn't work. So it was not pretty. Anyways, and I was very sympathetic because it was hot out. I'm just wondering if, there could be a strike from this company because those employees must be very stressed. And I just would hope that the city has Plan B queued up in case something goes wrong. And since 70 municipalities are involved, maybe all of you could team together to share information on options. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think Mike is working on some opportunities. Ms. Johnson.
I'll keep this simple and brief, but I'll share an anecdote because I know you were dealing with it. But I had to teach our 7-year-old grandson who lives next door to us all about how we really do depend on the public services and safe, and things that help us out. We hollowed out the inside. He and I hollowed out the inside of a really big pine tree in our yard. They live next door to us, so it was real easy for him to come over and work on this with me. We hauled probably 8 big bags down to the street, and he helped me chop it all up. And he said, "Grandma, why are we doing all this extra work?" Because that was a lot of extra work. And I said, "Well, we're making it nice and neat and pretty so that they can come and pick it up and take it away and whatever." And 3 or 4 or 5 days went by, and he's like, "Do we need to chop it up a little more? What do we need to do? What's going on?" And I said, "They'll come for it. They'll come for it." So yes, the day that it was finally picked up, it was all at the curb. He's like, "Grandma, they took it all. It's great. We're good." So it was just kind of funny.
Thank you. Anybody else on this? Closing out public comment. This was on the consent agenda, but there's a motion that I will ask for that's in the package there. If somebody in council has.
Was there a motion? I don't.
Yeah.
I believe there was a motion last time I looked.
But the reason I'm wondering why there's a motion, because Mike already executed it.
Yep.
You said I'm not ready.
Do you need that motion for us to go forward? There was a motion in there and it would
Yeah,
have
I
been
can-
our
Mayor, I
approval
can
on
read it.
consent.
Oh.
Yep, go right ahead. There is a motion.
I move that city council approves the agreement transfer between GFL and Priority for the collection of solid waste and yard waste and other services for the city of Northville, which was executed by the Director of Public Works prior to January 1st, 2024, to avoid interruption to city services.
Great. So we have a motion. I'm looking for support of that motion.
Support.
We have support. Any other discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All
Yes.
opposed, say nay.
Yes, reluctantly.
Yes, okay. Good, you have that. So now we're going to section D. There's really no reason to stay. We're going to maybe come back for a motion for a special meeting. So there's no discussion when we come back, get out of the heat. With that, I'd like to just say, I see a lot of you that I saw downtown. It was a big weekend in Northville, whether the congressional, parade of cars out there. They went by the Downs. They went, by the 3 Ferraris at Gianetti's, who was having the Concourse d'Elegance, dinner that night. There was a lot of action in Northville. I appreciate what each and every one of you do on whether it's the 27 boards or the new task forces on cemetery or the bicentennial. You are putting your efforts forward for the betterment of Northville, and I appreciate what you're doing, moving forward, moving Northville forward. So that's all I have, because you won't see us when we come back. I bet nobody will be here. So that was my closing comments. So because we might be an hour. So if anybody wants to say anything else, go right ahead.
We had a Northville high school senior drafted into the MLB
It's great.
yesterday.
27th
Number
pick.
27.
Yep.
Dante Nori.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's pretty awesome.
Won the state championship.
To the National League team, so he doesn't have to play the Tigers.
Yeah, National League. That was great. Good. And I'll get, any other comments from us? City manager, anything? We're doing our comments so you don't have to wait for the next hour or so. Good. With that, I'm looking for a motion to go into a closed session. It's exactly the way it's written in your package. Do we have that motion? Be ready for a roll call vote on that.
Motion to enter into closed session to consider written communications subject to attorney-client privilege under section 8G
It's,
of the Open Meetings Act.
nope, it's 8. That's,
It's 8-1H.
81H.
Yeah,
Ah,
that was a typo.
Okay,
all right. I will retract and start
got that?
again.
good. So we have that.
Motion to enter into a closed session to consider a written communication subject to attorney-client privilege under section 81H of the Open Meetings Act and to consult with its attorney in connection with trial or settlement strategy in the litigation of Let's Open Northville versus City of Northville under section 8E, all right, of the Open Meetings Act.
So we have a motion. Do we have support of that motion?
I'll support it.
We have support. Any other discussion on this? Great. That, I'd like a roll call vote on that, please.
Carter,
Yes.
Janetti,
Yes.
Krenz,
Yes.
Morosky Brown,
Yes.
Turnbull.
Yes. Good. So we're going into closed door. Go enjoy life. Go into air conditioning of life. We will sweat it out.
I'm gonna go to the restroom.
Yeah, you may have a 3-minute break for your potty break.
That's not.
So you gonna take us, put us in the real session? Is there anybody there?
That's what, snack cookie's terrible. Oh. Wow.
Tell me when you're ready.
We got a large crowd online.
Things that
Thank
you
you,
analysts
Tony,
want
at the
quicker
end.
than that.
Thank you very much. I
Thank you,
appreciate your
everyone,
opinions.
for sticking around
I don't
while
think I
we
said
rambled.
exactly that. I was hoping they would,
That's good. Are we recording?
Okay, are we ready?
Fantastic. Thank you.
So I'm looking for a motion to come out of closed session. Do we have that motion?
So moved.
Support?
Oh.
Okay. Any other discussion on that? Could you take a roll call vote to come out of closed session, please?
Janetti,
Yes.
Krenz,
Absolutely.
Borowski Brown,
Yep.
Turnbull,
Yes.
Carter.
Yes.
Great. We're out of closed session. We're in the open session. There is no actions from that session. We've already done council comments and mayoral comments. I'm looking for a motion for adjournment. Do we have that
So
motion?
moved.
Okay, do we have a second?
Support. Oh,
Okay.
John's got it.
John's got that one. Any other discussion? On seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We're done with the meeting.
Don't take that
Go to
aggressive
sip to my
support to
cup.
be a sign that there isn't love.